Hello, my dear sleepy listener. Welcome to Sleepy Crown, where history's quiet tales gently carry you into dreamland. Tonight, we embark on a peaceful journey through the life of the last British monarch to personally lead troops into battle, yet a man who remained coldly distant from his own son until death. We'll softly explore his contradictory nature, from his military courage at the Battle of Dettingen to his bitter family relationships, from his reliance on the brilliant Queen Caroline to his lonely final years after her death. This is the story of a king who built an empire while destroying the bonds of family, who showed bravery on battlefields, but cowardice in matters of the heart. Before you drift away into peaceful slumber, I'd love to hear from you, even if you're normally shy about commenting. Please share a gentle thought about family relationships, or what fascinates you most about Georgian England. Your voice matters in our cozy community, and if these soothing historical tales bring you comfort, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to keep these restful stories coming your way. So settle in comfortably, close your eyes, and let these gentle whispers from the Georgian era lull you into restful sleep. If you're new here, welcome to the Sleepy Crown family, where history becomes your lullaby. George, later known as King George II, entered this world on a crisp autumn day in 1683 at Herrenhausen Palace in Hanover, destined to become the last British monarch born on foreign soil. The infant prince arrived into a world where royal families were scattered across European courts like chess pieces, moved by political necessity rather than parental love. This would become the defining pattern of his life: duty before affection, politics before family, crown before heart. The palace walls of Herrenhausen witnessed the first breaths of a child who would grow to embody the contradictions of his age. Young Georg August, as he was christened, found himself born into the House of Hanover during a time when European royal families lived like nomads, constantly moving between kingdoms, alliances, and wars. His father, the future George I of Britain, was already a man shaped by the cold calculations of power, having learned early that sentiment was a luxury kings could rarely afford. Georg August's earliest memories were painted with the soft Germanic accent of his nurses and the distant formality of palace life. His mother, Sophia Dorothea of Celle, existed more as a whispered scandal than a nurturing presence. When Georg August was barely 7 years old, his mother vanished from his life entirely, imprisoned by his grandfather for alleged adultery, locked away in a castle where she would remain for the rest of her days. The child was told nothing of this tragedy, only that his mother had gone away and would not be returning. This early lesson in family betrayal would echo through generations, teaching him that love was conditional and family bonds could be severed with brutal efficiency. The boy grew up in a world where emotional distance was considered strength, where showing affection was seen as weakness. His education focused on languages, military tactics, and statecraft, but no one taught him how to be a father or how to love unconditionally. He learned French, English, and Italian, but the language of the heart remained foreign to him throughout his life. As Georg August matured into adolescence, Europe was consumed by the War of the Spanish Succession, and military glory beckoned like a siren song. At 25, he finally tasted the excitement he had been raised to crave. The Battle of Oudenarde in 1708, where he served under the legendary Duke of Marlborough. The young prince displayed remarkable courage, charging at the head of Hanoverian troops, while cannonballs whistled overhead and musket fire crackled like deadly hail. His horse was shot from beneath him, and a colonel riding beside him fell dead. Yet Georg Augustus continued fighting with the fierce determination that would later define his kingship. Marlborough himself noted the prince's valour, writing that he distinguished himself extremely, charging at the head of and animating by his example the troops who played a good part in this happy victory. For the first time in his life, Georg Augustus felt the intoxicating rush of proving himself worthy, of earning respect through action rather than birthright. This moment planted the seed of his lifelong obsession with military glory, the dream that would eventually make him the last British king to personally lead troops into battle. But even as he found his calling on the battlefield, his personal life was taking a dramatically different turn. In 1705, he had married Princess Caroline of Ansbach, a woman whose intelligence would prove to be both his greatest asset and perhaps a source of quiet insecurity. Caroline was not merely beautiful, she was brilliant, politically astute, and possessed of a wit that could charm courtiers and intimidate ministers. Their marriage had been arranged for political reasons, but against all expectations of royal unions, genuine affection bloomed between them. Caroline understood that her husband was a man of simple military tastes trapped in a complex political world. She watched him struggle with the nuances of court life, saw how he preferred the straightforward brutality of warfare to the subtle manipulations of diplomacy. In those early years of marriage, she began the delicate work of becoming his political conscience, his guide through the treacherous waters of European politics. She learned to manage his temperamental outbursts, to channel his aggressive instincts into productive directions, and most importantly, to make him believe that her brilliant ideas were actually his own inspirations. The birth of their son Frederick in 1707 should have been a moment of pure joy. Yet even this blessing carried the seeds of future tragedy. The infant prince arrived during one of the most politically turbulent periods in Hanoverian history, and his father was immediately torn between the competing demands of fatherhood and duty. The pattern was already being established. The crown would always come first, and personal relationships would be sacrificed on the altar of royal obligation. As Georg Augustus held his newborn son, he could not have imagined that this child would grow to become his greatest enemy, the source of his deepest frustrations and most bitter disappointments. The baby, who gurgled contentedly in his arms, would one day lead parliamentary opposition against him, publicly humiliate the royal family, and die unreconciled to his father. But in that moment, surrounded by the soft candlelight of the birthing chamber, there was only a father, a mother, and their child, a brief interlude of normalcy in lives that would be anything but normal. When Georg Augustus's father ascended to the British throne as George I in 1714, the family's world shifted dramatically. The provincial German court of Hanover suddenly found itself connected to the great stage of European politics, and 28-year-old Georg Augustus became Prince of Wales, heir to a kingdom he had never seen. The transformation was jarring. One day he was a German prince concerned primarily with local territorial disputes, and the next he was expected to understand the Byzantine complexities of British parliamentary politics, colonial trade, and the delicate balance of European power. The irony was not lost on those who observed the new royal family. Britain, a nation proud of its growing democratic traditions, was now ruled by Germans who spoke English with heavy accents and understood little of British customs, laws, or sensibilities. George III was particularly ill-suited to his new role. He never learned to speak English fluently and showed little interest in British affairs beyond their impact on Hanoverian interests. This created a vacuum that would be filled, not by the king himself, but by ambitious politicians and increasingly by the Prince of Wales and his remarkable wife Caroline. Caroline's political education began in earnest during these early years in London. She quickly grasped what her husband was slower to understand, that British politics operated on principles entirely different from continental European courts. Here, public opinion mattered. Parliamentary support was essential, And even kings had to cultivate relationships with commoners who held real power. She began hosting salons at Leicester House, their London residence, where she could meet informally with politicians, writers, philosophers, and anyone else who might help her understand her adopted country. Meanwhile, Georg Augustus struggled with his new identity as Prince of Wales. The title came with ceremonial responsibilities but little actual power, leaving him frustrated and restless. He was a man of action trapped in a role that demanded patience and subtlety. His relationship with his father deteriorated rapidly as their different approaches to kingship became apparent. George I preferred to govern through a small circle of trusted advisors, mostly Germans, while Georg Augustus believed the royal family should be more visible and engaged with British society. The tension exploded in 1717 over what seemed like a trivial matter but revealed deeper family dysfunction. When Georg Augustus's second son, George William, was born, the traditional ceremony of baptism became a battlefield between father and son. George I, following royal custom, appointed the Duke of Newcastle as one of the child's godparents. Georg Augustus, who despised Newcastle, interpreted this as a deliberate insult and confronted the Duke at the christening ceremony with words that were interpreted as a challenge to a duel. The confrontation scandalized the court and provided George I with the excuse he may have been seeking. He banished his son and daughter-in-law from all royal palaces, but in a cruel twist that revealed the king's own emotional limitations, he kept their children under his direct control. Georg Augustus and Caroline were forced to leave St. James's Palace, abandoning their daughters to the care of their grandfather, who would use the children as pawns in his ongoing conflict with their parents. This separation was devastating for Caroline, who was a devoted mother, and it provided Georg Augustus with his first real taste of the powerlessness that would plague his relationship with his own son decades later. They were allowed to visit their children only once a week, under strict supervision, and Caroline often fainted from grief during these brief, tense meetings. Georg Augustus, watching his wife's anguish, learned another bitter lesson about royal life, that family bonds were always secondary to political considerations. Leicester House became more than just their residence. It became the headquarters of political opposition to George I. The exiled Prince and Princess of Wales found themselves at the centre of a growing movement of politicians, intellectuals, and social figures who were dissatisfied with the king's Germanic approach to British rule. Caroline, in particular, proved to have a genius for political networking. She cultivated relationships with literary figures like Alexander Pope and Voltaire, philosophers like George Berkeley, and most importantly, with rising political stars like Robert Walpole and Charles Townshend. These years of exile were perhaps the happiest of Georg Augustus and Caroline's marriage. Freed from the stifling formality of official court life, they could be more themselves. He, the bluff, honest soldier, who preferred plain speaking to diplomatic niceties, and she, the brilliant woman, whose intelligence could flourish in the stimulating environment of their alternative court. Their evening salons became famous throughout London for their wit, political discussions, and the rare spectacle of a royal couple who seemed to genuinely enjoy each other's company. But the personal cost remained enormous. Their infant son, George William, weakened by the stress of the family separation, died at only 3 months old, while still in the king's custody. Georg Augustus was present for the child's final moments, and the tragedy deepened his resentment toward his father while strengthening his bond with Caroline, who shared his grief. The death of their baby became another lesson in the brutal arithmetic of royal life. Personal happiness was always vulnerable to political manipulation. The reconciliation, when it finally came in 1720, was orchestrated by Robert Walpole, who recognized that the public division within the royal family was damaging to the monarchy as a whole. But it was a hollow peace, based on political necessity, rather than genuine forgiveness. Georg Augustus and Caroline returned to court, but the fundamental tensions remained unresolved. The king still controlled their children, still made major decisions without consulting his heir, and still prioritized Hanoverian interests over British concerns. During these years of uneasy coexistence, Georg Augustus began to understand how the British system of government actually worked. Unlike continental monarchies where the king's word was law, British politics operated through a complex web of parliamentary factions, commercial interests, and public opinion. He watched Walpole's masterful manipulation of these forces, saw how the right minister could effectively govern while allowing the king to maintain the illusion of control. This education would prove invaluable when he eventually inherited the throne, though it also fostered his lifelong dependence on strong ministers to handle the aspects of kingship that he found tiresome or incomprehensible. The morning of June 11th, 1727, dawned like any other at Kensington Palace, but by evening, Georg Augustus would find himself transformed from Prince of Wales to King George II of Great Britain. His father's death came suddenly during a journey to Hanover. George III suffered a stroke while travelling and died before reaching his beloved homeland. The news reached London through a series of urgent dispatches that arrived like thunderclaps, each one confirming what courtiers hardly dared believe. The German king was dead, and his English-born son was now sovereign of the most powerful nation in Europe. At 43, Georg Augustus was older than most men when they inherit a throne, and his first reaction was not joy, but a kind of bewildered uncertainty. He had spent 27 years as heir apparent, 13 of them in open conflict with his father, yet somehow the actual moment of succession found him unprepared for the enormity of his new responsibilities. Britain in 1727 was not the same kingdom his father had inherited 13 years earlier. It was wealthier, more confident, and increasingly aware of its growing power on the world stage. The new king would be expected to guide this expanding nation through challenges his father could never have imagined. Caroline, watching her husband grapple with his new role, immediately understood what he was slower to grasp, that his greatest strength as king would lie not in his military experience or political acumen, but in his ability to choose and support capable ministers. She had spent years cultivating relationships with the most talented politicians of their generation, and now she began the delicate process of helping her husband understand which of these men could be trusted with the complex business of governing Britain. Robert Walpole's position seemed precarious in those first weeks after the succession. He had served George III faithfully, but the new king remembered him as the architect of the humiliating reconciliation in 1720, when Georg Augustus had been forced to abandon his political independence and submit to his father's will. There were whispers that Walpole would be dismissed in favour of Spencer Compton, the Speaker of the House of Commons, who had been more openly supportive of the Prince of Wales during the years of family conflict. But Caroline understood what her husband initially did not, that Walpole's political skills were irreplaceable. During private conversations in their apartments, she patiently explained the intricate relationships that held the British government together, the delicate balance of interests that Walpole managed with seemingly effortless expertise. She painted vivid pictures of what would happen if this carefully constructed system collapsed: economic chaos, political instability, and the very real possibility that Britain's enemies would exploit the confusion to challenge British interests around the world. The decision to retain Walpole was made during a series of intimate discussions between the new king and queen, conversations that took place in the quiet evening hours when the formal business of the day was finished and they could speak freely about their fears and hopes for the future. Caroline never made the mistake of seeming to lecture or instruct her husband. Instead, she asked thoughtful questions that guided him toward his own conclusions, praised his insights when he grasped complex political relationships, and always made him feel that the ultimate decisions were his own. This pattern of influence would define their partnership for the next decade. To outside observers, George II appeared to be making independent royal decisions, consulting with his ministers and exercising the traditional prerogatives of kingship. But those closest to the royal couple understood that Caroline's intelligence was the hidden engine driving many of the crown's most successful policies. She read voraciously, corresponded with philosophers and scientists across Europe, and maintained an informal network of informants who kept her better informed about public opinion than most official government channels. The new king's first major decision was whether to attend his father's funeral in Hanover, a choice that seemed simple but carried profound symbolic weight. If he travelled to Germany, he would demonstrate respect for his heritage and the Hanoverian dynasty that had brought him to the throne. But if he remained in London, he would signal his commitment to Britain and his understanding that his primary obligations were now to his new kingdom, rather than his ancestral lands. George II chose to stay in London, and the decision was widely praised in British newspapers and coffee houses. Here was a king, people said, who understood where his loyalties lay. But the choice was more complex than it appeared. Caroline had helped him understand that attending his father's funeral would require leaving Britain for several months, during which time his political enemies would have ample opportunity to undermine his still fragile authority. The decision to remain was strategically brilliant, but it also marked another step in his emotional journey away from his German roots toward a genuinely British identity. The coronation, held at Westminster Abbey on October 11, 1727, was designed to demonstrate the new reign's commitment to British traditions and pageantry. Caroline's dress was so encrusted with jewels that special pulleys had to be constructed to lift her skirts when she needed to kneel during the ceremony. The weight of her regalia was not merely symbolic. She was literally carrying the burden of royal expectations, the accumulated hopes and fears of a nation that was still learning to trust its German-born rulers. George II's first speech to Parliament revealed the extent to which Caroline's influence was already shaping royal policy. The king proclaimed, "Born and educated in this country, I glory in the name of Britain," deliberately emphasizing his English birth and his commitment to British interests over Hanoverian concerns. This was carefully crafted language, designed to address lingering doubts about the dynasty's loyalty and to distinguish the new king from his more obviously foreign father. But even as he embraced his British identity, George II was establishing patterns of behavior that would define his reign and, tragically, damage his relationship with his own children. Just as his father had kept him at emotional arm's length, the new king began to maintain a similar distance from his son Frederick, who remained in Hanover while the rest of the royal family settled into their new British life. The decision to leave Frederick behind was rationalized as political necessity. Someone from the royal family needed to remain in Hanover to represent continuing British interest in their German territories. But the emotional cost would prove devastating, creating a wound in the father-son relationship that would never fully heal. The decision to leave Frederick in Hanover while the rest of the royal family established themselves in London was made with the casual brutality that characterized 18th century royal family relationships. Frederick was 20 years old in 1727, old enough to understand that he was being abandoned, yet young enough to feel the rejection as a profound personal wound. For the next 7 years, he would remain in Germany while his parents ruled Britain. His sisters grew up in English palaces, and his place in the family structure became increasingly ambiguous and resentful. From George II's perspective, the arrangement made perfect sense. Frederick could serve as the family's representative in Hanover, learning the business of governance while maintaining the dynasty's connection to its ancestral lands. This was how royal families had always operated. Children were placed where they could be most useful to the family's broader interests, regardless of personal preferences or emotional needs. George II had himself been separated from his parents for extended periods during his youth, and he had survived the experience. Why should Frederick be any different? But Caroline, despite her political brilliance, made a crucial error in judgment that would haunt the family for the rest of her life. She allowed her initial relief at escaping the constraints of life in Hanover to override her maternal instincts regarding Frederick. In London, she was discovering her true calling as a political force, hosting salons that attracted the most brilliant minds of her generation, engaging in philosophical debates that stimulated her formidable intelligence, and gradually positioning herself as one of the most influential women in Europe. Frederick, remaining in Hanover, represented a reminder of the provincial German life she was so pleased to leave behind. The correspondence between the separated family members during these years reveals the gradual deterioration of bonds that should have been strengthened by shared royal responsibilities. Frederick's letters to his parents grew increasingly formal and distant, filled with dutiful reports about Hanoverian affairs, but lacking any genuine warmth or personal connection. George II's responses were similarly businesslike, treating his son more like a colonial administrator than a beloved child. Most tellingly, Caroline's letters to Frederick became shorter and less frequent over time, as if she was gradually forgetting that she had a son at all. The damage was compounded by the fact that Frederick was coming of age during these years of separation. He was experiencing the normal emotional and psychological development of a young man, but without the guidance and support that parents typically provide during this crucial period. Instead of learning to navigate relationships, politics, and personal responsibility within the supportive framework of family, Frederick was forced to figure out these complex challenges largely on his own, surrounded by courtiers who told him what they thought he wanted to hear, rather than what he needed to understand. Caroline, meanwhile, was deepening her partnership with Robert Walpole and establishing herself as the real power behind George II's throne. The arrangement suited everyone involved. George II could focus on the aspects of kingship he found appealing, such as military matters and ceremonial functions, while leaving the complex business of domestic politics to his wife and his chief minister. Walpole, for his part, found Caroline to be an ideal collaborator, someone who understood political nuances far better than her husband and could be counted on to support policies that served Britain's long-term interests rather than the king's immediate preferences. This triumvirate of George II, Caroline, and Walpole would govern Britain for the next 15 years, presiding over a period of remarkable peace and prosperity. But their success came at a personal cost that none of them fully appreciated at the time. Frederick, isolated in Hanover, was developing into a young man who defined himself primarily in opposition to everything his parents represented. Where they valued political stability, he would embrace controversy. Where they sought to avoid conflict, he would actively court confrontation. Where they built relationships based on mutual benefit and careful calculation, he would prefer emotional drama and personal loyalty. The psychological dynamics were becoming increasingly complex and destructive. George II, having never learned how to be an emotionally available father, defaulted to the only parenting model he had experienced: authoritarian control combined with emotional distance. Caroline, despite her intelligence and political sophistication, seemed incapable of recognizing that her son needed something more than occasional letters filled with royal gossip and political news. She was unconsciously repeating the pattern she had observed in her husband's relationship with George I, assuming that Frederick would eventually mature into someone who could appreciate the sacrifices that royal duty required. But Frederick was not developing the thick emotional skin that had allowed previous generations of Hanoverian princes to accept family dysfunction as simply the price of royal privilege. Instead, he was growing increasingly bitter about his exile, increasingly resentful of parents who seemed to have forgotten his existence, and increasingly determined to make them pay for their neglect when he eventually returned to England. The stage was being set for a family conflict that would dominate the middle years of George II's reign and poison the atmosphere of the royal court for decades to come. The few visitors who met Frederick during these years in Hanover reported that he was charming, intelligent, and personable, everything that royal parents should have been proud to claim. But they also noted an underlying anger, a sense that he felt cheated of his rightful place in his family and was already planning some form of revenge. When people asked him about his parents, Frederick's responses were always diplomatically correct, but observers detected a coldness that suggested the damage to family relationships was already irreparable. Caroline, reading reports about Frederick's social success in Hanover, convinced herself that the separation was working exactly as intended. Her son was learning independence, developing political skills, and preparing himself for his eventual role as heir to the British throne. She failed to understand that independence forced upon a child by parental neglect is entirely different from independence earned through gradual maturation within a supportive family structure. Frederick was indeed becoming independent, but he was also becoming someone who would never again trust his parents' judgment or accept their authority without question. Sir Robert Walpole's genius lay in his profound understanding that Britain's growing wealth and power depended not on military conquest, but on commercial expansion and political stability. While other European nations exhausted themselves in endless wars over dynastic claims and territorial disputes, Walpole kept Britain at peace, allowing trade to flourish and the nation's resources to grow rather than be squandered on foreign battlefields. His famous boast, "There are 50,000 men slain this year in Europe and not one Englishman," captured the essence of his policy and the source of his political success. But this policy of peaceful prosperity was a source of constant frustration to George II, whose military instincts had been shaped by his experiences at Oudenarde and his lifelong belief that kings should lead from the front in times of war. The king found himself trapped in a system that celebrated his restraint while denying him the opportunity to prove his valor. He was forced to watch from the sidelines as other European monarchs led their armies into battle, earning the kind of military glory that he craved but could not pursue without destroying the very policies that were making his kingdom prosperous and stable. Caroline understood her husband's frustration better than anyone else, having listened to his complaints during countless private conversations in their apartments. She could see how his inability to pursue military action ate away at his sense of masculine pride and royal authority. Yet she also understood, with a clarity that sometimes eluded him, that Walpole's peaceful policies were transforming Britain into something unprecedented in European history, a nation whose power derived from economic strength rather than military conquest. The Queen's role became that of a careful translator between her husband's warrior instincts and Walpole's diplomatic strategies. During cabinet meetings, she would listen to George II's impatient demands for military action, then work with Walpole to find alternatives that satisfied the king's need to feel actively engaged in European affairs without actually committing Britain to expensive and dangerous wars. This might involve increasing naval patrols to protect British merchant shipping, or providing financial subsidies to European allies who were already engaged in conflicts that served British interests. These triangular discussions between the King, Queen, and Chief Minister took place in the intimate setting of the royal apartments, away from the formal protocols that governed official government meetings. Caroline would serve tea from delicate porcelain cups, while the three of them debated the fate of nations, her presence somehow making even the most contentious political discussions feel more like family conversations than affairs of state. Yet everyone understood that these informal gatherings were where the real decisions about British policy were made, and that Caroline's opinions carried as much weight as those of any official minister. Walpole's relationship with the royal couple was built on mutual respect and shared understanding of Britain's long-term interests, but it was also complicated by the subtle power dynamics inherent in any relationship between monarchs and their chief advisors. George II genuinely liked and trusted Walpole, appreciating his honesty and his obvious competence, but the king also chafed under the limitations that Walpole's policies placed on royal prerogatives. Caroline's affection for Walpole was deeper and more intellectual. She enjoyed their discussions about philosophy, economics, and political theory, finding in him a mind that could match her own in its range and sophistication. The policy of avoiding continental wars was tested repeatedly during the 1730s as European politics became increasingly unstable. The War of the Polish Succession, which raged from 1733 to 1738, offered multiple opportunities for British intervention on behalf of various allies and interests. George II watched with growing impatience as French and Austrian armies clashed across Central Europe, while British forces remained safely stationed at home. His military advisors presented detailed plans for expeditionary forces that could tip the balance in favour of Britain's allies, but Walpole consistently argued that the costs of intervention would far exceed any potential benefits. These debates revealed the fundamental tension between 18th century concepts of royal honour and the emerging realities of modern statecraft. George II had been raised to believe that kings proved their worth through personal courage and military leadership, that royal legitimacy was earned on battlefields rather than in counting houses. Walpole, on the other hand, represented a new kind of political thinking that measured success in terms of national prosperity and international influence rather than territorial conquest or dynastic glory. Caroline found herself increasingly serving as a bridge between these conflicting worldviews. She helped her husband understand that Britain's growing economic power was itself a form of military strength, that controlling international trade routes could be more valuable than capturing enemy fortresses. At the same time, she worked with Walpole to find ways of channeling George VI's martial enthusiasm into activities that served the national interest without actually starting wars, improving coastal fortifications, modernizing the navy, and strengthening Britain's intelligence networks across Europe. The strain of this enforced restraint began to show in George II's behaviour during court ceremonies and public appearances. Courtiers noted that the king seemed restless and irritable, that he spoke more frequently about military matters and less about the domestic policies that Walpole was implementing so successfully. His daily routines became more rigidly militaristic, as if he was trying to maintain his connection to the warrior identity that his actual policies denied him the opportunity to express. Caroline, always sensitive to her husband's moods and needs, began incorporating more military pageantry into court life. She arranged for retired officers to dine regularly at the royal table, where they could regale George II with stories of past campaigns and battles. She encouraged the composition of military music and the performance of plays that celebrated British naval victories from earlier reigns. These gestures were small compensations for the larger frustrations, but they helped maintain the king's sense of connection to the military traditions that meant so much to him. The partnership between Walpole and the royal couple during these peaceful years established patterns of governance that would influence British politics for generations. The king retained ultimate authority and the right to make final decisions, but effective power resided with ministers who could command parliamentary support and public confidence. Caroline's role as an informal advisor and political broker became the template for future royal consorts who wished to influence policy without openly challenging constitutional conventions about royal authority. Yet underneath the surface success of this arrangement, tensions were building that would eventually destruct the entire system. George II's frustrated military ambitions were creating a psychological pressure that could not be contained indefinitely. European politics were becoming increasingly unstable, making it harder for even Walpole's diplomatic genius to keep Britain completely isolated from continental conflicts. Most ominously, Frederick's eventual return from Hanover would introduce a wild card into the careful balance that had made the peaceful prosperity of the 1730s possible. The death of Emperor Charles VI in October 1740 shattered the careful balance of European politics that Walpole had spent 2 decades constructing. Charles died without a male heir, leaving his 23-year-old daughter, Maria Theresa, to inherit the vast Habsburg domains according to the pragmatic sanction he had spent years negotiating with other European powers. But dynastic law was one thing, and political reality was quite another. The young empress found herself immediately challenged by Frederick the Great of Prussia, who invaded Silesia in December 1740, and by a coalition of other powers who saw the Habsburg succession crisis as an opportunity to redraw the map of Europe to their advantage. For George II, watching these developments from London, the Austrian succession crisis represented everything he had been hoping for, a legitimate excuse to abandon Walpole's policy of peaceful neutrality and to reassert Britain's role as a major military power. The king could argue, with considerable justification, that Britain had treaty obligations to support Maria Theresa, that British commercial interests in Central Europe required active intervention, and most importantly, that Hanover's security demanded military action against French expansionism. Caroline found herself caught between her husband's eagerness for war and her loyalty to Walpole's proven policies of peace and prosperity. She could see that George II was genuinely excited for the first time in years, energized by the prospect of finally putting his military theories into practice and earning the kind of battlefield glory that he had been denied for so long. Yet she also understood the enormous risks involved. War would be expensive, potentially disastrous, and almost certain to disrupt the domestic harmony that had made Britain so prosperous during the 1730s. The debates within the royal family during the winter of 1740-1741 were intense and emotional, revealing the depth of George II's frustration with his enforced role as a peacetime monarch. In their private apartments, away from the formal constraints of court protocol, the king paced restlessly, while Caroline listened to his arguments for intervention. He spoke passionately about Britain's honour, about the obligations that great powers owed to their allies, about the dangerous precedent that would be set if aggressive nations like France were allowed to exploit the chaos in Central Europe without British opposition. Caroline's responses were carefully calibrated to acknowledge her husband's concerns, while gently steering him toward more cautious positions. She reminded him of the prosperity that Britain had enjoyed under Walpole's leadership, the growth in trade and colonial expansion that had occurred during the years of peace, the domestic improvements that had made their reign popular with their subjects. She painted vivid pictures of what war would mean for ordinary British families: higher taxes, sons sent to die on foreign battlefields, economic disruption that would hurt the merchants and farmers who formed the backbone of British society. But Caroline was also a realist who understood that political circumstances were changing in ways that made Walpole's policy of neutrality increasingly difficult to maintain. The European balance of power that had made British isolation possible was collapsing, and failure to act might ultimately prove more dangerous than military intervention. She began to explore middle positions that might satisfy her husband's desire for action while minimizing the risks to British interests. Walpole, meanwhile, was fighting what he increasingly recognized as a losing battle against the momentum toward war. His parliamentary support was being eroded by members who argued that Britain could not remain aloof from European conflicts indefinitely, that the nation's growing power carried with it certain international responsibilities. The merchant classes, who had been among Walpole's strongest supporters, were becoming concerned about French expansion into areas that could threaten British commercial interests. The chief minister's meetings with the royal couple during this period were tense affairs, filled with the unspoken recognition that the political foundations of his power were shifting beneath his feet. George II was no longer content to leave foreign policy entirely in Walpole's hands, and Caroline was beginning to question whether her long-standing support for the minister's policies was still in her husband's best interests. The intimate conversations that had once felt like family discussions now carried an undertone of potential conflict. Frederick's presence in London, having finally returned from his long exile in Hanover, added another layer of complexity to these political discussions. The Prince of Wales immediately positioned himself as the leader of the war party, arguing publicly that his father's government was failing in its basic duty to defend British interests and support British allies. Frederick's opposition was particularly galling to George II because it seemed to call into question the king's courage and commitment to royal honour. The final collapse of Walpole's peace policy came not through a single dramatic moment, but through the gradual accumulation of pressures that made neutrality impossible to maintain. British merchants complained about French interference with their trade routes. British diplomats reported that other European powers were beginning to question Britain's reliability as an ally. Public opinion, influenced by opposition newspapers and parliamentary speeches, began to demand more assertive action in defence of British interests. Caroline, watching her husband's growing excitement about the prospect of military command, began to understand that the war might serve purposes beyond mere policy considerations. George II had spent 15 years as a peacetime monarch, managing domestic affairs and commercial disputes, while other kings led armies and won battles. The Austrian succession crisis offered him the opportunity to prove himself as a warrior king, to demonstrate the kind of personal courage and military leadership that he believed were essential to royal legitimacy. The decision to support Maria Theresa and oppose French expansion was made during a series of cabinet meetings in early 1741, but the real decision had been made months earlier in the private conversations between George II and Caroline. The Queen had come to understand that her husband's need for military validation was stronger than any policy considerations, and that denying him this opportunity might damage their marriage and his effectiveness as a king more than the war itself would damage British interests. Walpole's resignation in February 1742 marked the end of an era in British politics, but it also represented a personal victory for George II over the constraints that had frustrated him for so long. The king wept when Walpole formally relinquished his offices, recognizing that he was losing not just a capable minister, but a man who had served the crown with remarkable loyalty and effectiveness. Yet underneath the sadness was an unmistakable sense of relief. Finally, George II would be free to pursue the kind of active, aggressive foreign policy that his warrior instincts demanded. Caroline's role in these developments was complex and somewhat contradictory. She had been Walpole's strongest supporter within the royal family, yet she had also been instrumental in the political changes that ultimately forced his retirement. Her primary loyalty was always to her husband rather than to any particular policy or minister, and she had concluded that George II's psychological need for military action outweighed the benefits of continued peace. It was a calculation that revealed both her political sophistication and the limitations of her influence. She could guide and moderate her husband's decisions, but she could not fundamentally change his character or his deepest desires. The summer of 1743 found George II in a state of anticipation that he had not experienced since his youth at Oudenarde, 35 years earlier. At 60 years of age, he was preparing to do something no British monarch had attempted in living memory. Personally led an army into battle against the enemies of the realm. The Pragmatic Army, as the Allied force was called, consisted of British, Hanoverian, and Austrian troops, totaling approximately 40,000 men, assembled in the Low Countries and preparing to march into Germany to confront the French armies that threatened the very heart of Europe. The decision for the king to take personal command had not been made lightly. Caroline had spent weeks in anxious consultation with military advisors, cabinet ministers, and trusted courtiers, trying to assess the risks of allowing her 60-year-old husband to expose himself to the dangers of active campaigning. The precedents were not encouraging. No English monarch had commanded troops in battle since Richard III died at Bosworth Field in 1485, and the political consequences of a military disaster could be catastrophic for the Hanoverian dynasty. Yet Caroline also understood that this opportunity represented the fulfillment of everything George II believed about kingship and royal duty. Throughout their marriage, she had watched him struggle with the constraints of constitutional monarchy, the way parliamentary government limited royal prerogatives and reduced the monarch to a largely ceremonial figure. Leading the army would allow him to reclaim the kind of direct personal authority that he associated with true kingship, the chance to prove his worth through actions rather than merely presiding over the actions of others. The preparations for the campaign were elaborate and carefully orchestrated, designed to maximize both the military effectiveness of the expedition and its propaganda value for the British public. George II threw himself into the planning with an enthusiasm that reminded Caroline of their early years of marriage, when he had been so eager to prove himself worthy of her intelligence and political sophistication. He studied maps of the German territories where the campaign would unfold, consulted with veteran officers about tactics and logistics, and supervised the selection of equipment and supplies with the attention to detail that had always characterized his approach to military matters. The king's departure for the continent in April 1743 was marked by public ceremonies that emphasized the historic nature of the undertaking. Crowds lined the streets of London to watch the royal procession make its way to the docks, where a specially prepared fleet waited to transport the king and his entourage across the Channel. Caroline, despite her private anxieties about her husband's safety, played her public role with characteristic grace, appearing confident and supportive, while privately wondering if she would ever see him alive again. The early phases of the campaign proceeded according to plan, with the Pragmatic Army advancing through the German territories toward the main river, where French forces under Marshal de Noailles had established strong positions. George II's presence with the army had exactly the effect that supporters had hoped for. Morale was high, discipline was excellent, and the various national contingents that made up the Allied force seemed to be working together more effectively than anyone had dared expect. But the French commanders were not passive observers of these developments. Marshal de Noailles, recognizing that he faced not just a military opponent, but the symbolic embodiment of the Grand Alliance against French expansion, devised a strategy intended to achieve maximum political as well as military impact. Rather than simply seeking to defeat the pragmatic army, he hoped to capture or kill the British king himself, a victory that would shatter Allied morale and potentially knock Britain out of the war entirely. The trap was carefully prepared at Dettingen, a small village on the north bank of the main river, where the road to Hanover passed through a narrow defile between hills and water. Noailles positioned the bulk of his army, approximately 23,000 men, under his nephew, the Comte de Gramont, in strong defensive positions blocking the Allied advance. Meanwhile, he led a second force of 12,000 men across the river to attack the pragmatic army from behind, intending to crush the Allies between two French forces and eliminate any possibility of escape. The morning of June 27, 1743, dawned clear and warm as the pragmatic army began what its commanders believed would be a routine march toward their supply base at Hanover. George II rode with the advance guard, despite the protests of his military advisers who argued that the king should remain with the main body of troops, where he would be safer from sudden attack. But the king was determined to be where he could see and be seen by his soldiers, to provide the kind of personal leadership that he believed was essential to royal authority and military success. The first indication of danger came when Allied cavalry scouts reported large bodies of French troops ahead, blocking the road in prepared positions. At the same time, other scouts brought word that French forces had crossed the river behind the Allied army, cutting off the line of retreat and making it impossible for the pragmatic army to avoid battle. George II, receiving these reports while sitting on his horse at the head of his troops, felt a surge of excitement that combined anticipation of combat with satisfaction, that his enemies had finally given him the opportunity he had been seeking for so long. The king's behavior in the hours before battle revealed both his strengths and limitations as a military commander. His personal courage was beyond question. He remained calm and apparently unafraid as reports arrived, describing the size and position of the French forces arrayed against him. He moved easily among his troops, speaking words of encouragement and demonstrating the kind of visible leadership that inspired confidence and loyalty. Yet his understanding of large-scale tactics was limited by his experience, which had been gained primarily in smaller engagements where personal valor mattered more than strategic sophistication. The battle began shortly after noon, when French cavalry, contrary to their orders to remain in defensive positions, launched a premature attack against the Allied left flank. The charge was magnificent to observe. Elite Maison du Roi horsemen, thundering across the field in perfect formation, their armor gleaming in the summer sunlight, their battle cries echoing across the valley. But the attack was also tactically disastrous, abandoning the strong defensive positions that Noailles had so carefully prepared, and giving the Allies the opportunity to respond with coordinated infantry and artillery fire. George II, positioned where he could observe the entire battle, made what would prove to be his most important contribution to the Allied victory. When he saw that the French cavalry charge had created gaps in the enemy line, he immediately ordered a general advance by the Allied infantry, timing the movement perfectly to take advantage of the confusion in the French ranks. It was not a sophisticated tactical maneuver, but it demonstrated the kind of battlefield instinct that separated competent commanders from merely brave ones. But even as he was making sound tactical decisions, George II was also providing his enemies with exactly the kind of target they were hoping for. His horse, frightened by the noise and smoke of battle, bolted toward the rear of the Allied position, carrying the king away from the fighting at the most critical moment of the engagement. The sight of their monarch apparently fleeing from combat had a temporarily demoralizing effect on the Allied troops, who were only reassured when they saw George III. wrestling his mount under control and returning to his position at the front. The king's horse running away became one of the most talked about incidents of the battle, a moment that combined genuine drama with unintended comedy. George Victor II was deeply embarrassed by the episode, particularly since it occurred in front of thousands of his own soldiers and in the presence of foreign officers who would undoubtedly report the incident to their own governments. Yet the way he handled the situation, calmly regaining control and immediately returning to the most dangerous part of the battlefield, actually enhanced his reputation for personal courage. The decisive moment of the battle came when the French infantry, unsupported by their cavalry, which had been largely destroyed in the earlier charges, found themselves exposed to devastating fire from Allied artillery and muskets. The disciplined volleys of the British and Hanoverian foot soldiers, delivered at close range with the mechanical precision that characterized 18th century infantry tactics, broke the French line and sent enemy troops streaming back toward their defensive positions. George II, watching the French retreat, experienced a moment of pure triumph that justified all the years of frustration and constraint he had endured as a peacetime monarch. He had led his army to victory against professional soldiers commanded by experienced French officers, proving that his military instincts were sound and his personal courage was genuine. The cheers of his troops as they pursued the retreating enemy were music to his ears, validation of everything he believed about kingship and royal duty. The immediate aftermath of Dettingen was everything George II could have hoped for in terms of personal vindication and public recognition. News of the victory reached London within days, carried by special messengers who brought detailed accounts of the king's personal role in the battle and his brave conduct under enemy fire. The British public, starved for military glory after decades of Walpole's peaceful policies, embraced the victory with an enthusiasm that surprised even the king's most optimistic supporters. Caroline, receiving the first reports of her husband's safety and success, experienced a complex mixture of relief, pride, and concern that reflected her deep understanding of both George II's character and the political implications of his military adventure. She was genuinely thrilled that he had achieved the kind of personal triumph he had craved for so long. Yet she was also worried about how success might affect his judgment and his willingness to take even greater risks in future campaigns. The king's letters to Caroline during the weeks following Dettingen revealed a man transformed by the experience of combat command. His correspondence, usually focused on routine administrative matters and family concerns, was now filled with detailed descriptions of military maneuvers, assessments of his officers' performance, and plans for future operations against French forces. There was an energy and enthusiasm in his writing that Caroline had not seen since the early years of their marriage, when he had been so eager to prove himself worthy of the throne he would inherit. George Frederick Handel, the court composer who had been the royal family's close friend for more than 2 decades, captured the mood of celebration with his magnificent Dettingen Te Deum and Dettingen Anthem. The music was triumphant, yet sophisticated, designed to celebrate the victory while also acknowledging the complexity of the political and military situation that had made the battle necessary. Handel understood, perhaps better than many of the king's political advisers, that Dettingen represented both an ending and a beginning, the end of Britain's isolation from European conflicts and the beginning of a new era of global competition with France. Yet even as London celebrated, more sober voices were beginning to raise questions about the strategic wisdom of the king's military adventure. Parliamentary opposition leaders, led by the Prince of Wales and his supporters, argued that Dettingen had been a lucky escape rather than a decisive victory, that the king had risked his life and the stability of the realm for minimal strategic gain. They pointed out that the French army had not been destroyed, that French power in Central Europe remained largely intact, and that the victory had done little to resolve the fundamental issues that had caused the War of Austrian Succession. These criticisms stung George II more deeply than he was willing to admit publicly. He had expected Dettingen to silence his domestic critics and establish his reputation as a successful warrior king. But instead, the victory seemed to have emboldened his opponents and given them new ammunition for their attacks on his policies. The gap between the personal satisfaction he derived from his military success and the political benefits he had hoped to achieve created a sense of frustration that would influence his decisions for the remainder of the war. Caroline found herself once again serving as a bridge between her husband's emotional needs and the political realities of governing Britain. She celebrated his military success, while gently encouraging him to focus on the domestic policies that would determine his long-term legacy as a monarch. She arranged for veteran officers to dine regularly at court, where they could discuss the battle with the king and reinforce his sense of achievement, while also working with cabinet ministers to ensure that the military victory was translated into political advantages for the government. The king's relationship with his son Frederick was further damaged by the aftermath of Dettingen, as the Prince of Wales refused to join in the public celebrations and instead used the occasion to criticize his father's priorities and judgment. Frederick argued, with some justification, that the king had risked the stability of the succession for the sake of personal glory, and that a monarch's primary duty was to his own kingdom, rather than to continental allies. The public nature of this criticism was particularly painful for George II, who had hoped that military success might finally earn him his son's respect and support. The strategic consequences of Dettingen were indeed limited, as the king's critics had predicted. The French army retreated in good order and remained a formidable threat to Allied interests in Central Europe. The victory did not lead to any significant territorial gains or political advantages, and the war continued for several more years with mounting costs and diminishing public support. George II found himself in the position of having achieved his personal goals, while failing to accomplish the broader objectives that had justified British involvement in the conflict. Perhaps most significantly, Dettingen established a pattern that would characterize the remainder of George II's reign. Moments of personal triumph overshadowed by larger disappointments, individual successes that did not translate into lasting achievements. The king had proven his personal courage and his competence as a battlefield commander, but he had also demonstrated the limitations of royal leadership in an age when military success depended more on economic resources and diplomatic alliances than on the personal valor of individual monarchs. Caroline, reflecting on the Dettingen campaign in her correspondence with friends and advisors, recognized that the victory had given her husband something he desperately needed: proof that he was worthy of the crown he wore and capable of the kind of heroic leadership that royal tradition demanded. Yet she also understood that this personal validation had come at a significant cost in terms of political capital, public resources, and the stability of the European balance of power that had served British interests so well during the peaceful decades of Walpole's administration. When Frederick, Prince of Wales, finally returned to London in December 1728, he arrived as a stranger in his own family's house. 21 years old, tall and reasonably handsome, despite somewhat protruding eyes that gave him a perpetually surprised expression, he possessed all the social graces that 18th century court life demanded, yet none of the emotional connections that should have bound him to his parents. The young man who walked into St. James's Palace carried himself with the confident bearing of someone accustomed to being the most important person in any room, but his eyes held the wariness of someone who had learned not to expect genuine affection from those closest to him. George III's Frederick's first private meeting with his adult son took place in the king's study, a room lined with military maps and portraits of Hanoverian ancestors, its windows overlooking the gardens where Frederick had played as a small child before being sent away to represent family interests in a distant land. Father and son sat across from each other in chairs that suddenly seemed too formal for a family reunion, yet too intimate for the diplomatic encounter this meeting had become. They spoke in English, though Frederick's accent retained traces of the German court, where he had spent his formative years, a linguistic reminder of the gap that circumstances had created between them. The conversation was polite, even cordial, but it carried an undertone of mutual assessment that revealed how thoroughly family relationships had been subordinated to political considerations. George II asked about Hanoverian affairs with the interest of a sovereign concerned about his territories, not a father curious about his son's experiences and growth. Frederick responded with the detailed reports he had been providing in his letters, demonstrating his competence in managing complex administrative challenges while revealing nothing about his personal feelings or aspirations. Caroline's relationship with her returned son was even more complex and ultimately more destructive than her husband's awkward formality. She had allowed herself to forget, during the 7 years of Frederick's absence, how intelligent and charming he could be when he chose to exert himself. His wit was sharp without being cruel. His political observations were astute without being threatening, and his social skills had been polished by years of managing a court where he was simultaneously the most important and most isolated figure. Yet Caroline also sensed something in Frederick that disturbed her profoundly, a capacity for resentment that seemed to have grown during his years of exile, a willingness to hold grudges that she recognized as potentially dangerous to family harmony and political stability. When Frederick made subtle jokes about parents who forgot they had children, or when he commented on the irony of being welcomed back to a kingdom he barely remembered, Caroline heard undertones of criticism that suggested the damage done by the long separation might be irreparable. The process of reintegrating Frederick into the royal family's public life revealed just how much had changed during his absence. The young man, who had been left behind in Hanover as a child, was now expected to take his place as heir apparent to the British throne, to understand complex parliamentary politics he had never experienced, to represent the crown at social events where he knew virtually no one, and to play a supporting role in a family drama where the other actors had been developing their relationships for years without him. Frederick's intelligence and natural charm made him a quick study in the social aspects of his new role. Within months of his return, he was being praised by London society for his wit, his dancing, his ability to make conversation with anyone from duchesses to merchants. He developed a particular talent for the kind of casual interaction with ordinary citizens that his father found difficult, and his mother considered beneath royal dignity, walking through London with minimal security and striking up conversations with shopkeepers, craftsmen, and street vendors who were delighted to find themselves chatting with the heir to the throne. But this popular success only widened the emotional gap between Frederick and his parents, who interpreted his easy manner with commoners as a deliberate rebuke to their more formal approach to royal duties. Caroline, in particular, was irritated by reports of Frederick's informal behavior, seeing in it an implicit criticism of the careful dignity she had worked so hard to establish as the proper tone for the Hanoverian court. She began to make sharp comments about princes who courted popularity at the expense of royal dignity, observations that Frederick undoubtedly heard and just as certainly resented. The young prince's political education during these early years in London was conducted largely by opposition figures who were eager to cultivate a relationship with the future king. Frederick found himself surrounded by politicians, writers, and social figures who had grievances against his father's government and were happy to share their criticisms with someone who might one day be in a position to address their concerns. This exposure to alternative political viewpoints was educational for Frederick, but it also reinforced his growing sense that his parents' policies were misguided and their advisors were either incompetent or corrupt. The intellectual influences that shaped Frederick's thinking during this period were significantly different from those that had formed his parents' political opinions. Where George II and Caroline had been educated in the traditional European model of monarchical authority and divine right, Frederick was exposed to emerging Enlightenment ideas about popular sovereignty, individual rights, and the limitations of royal power. He read extensively in political philosophy, corresponded with continental thinkers, and attended informal discussion groups where these new ideas were debated with an enthusiasm that would have alarmed his parents had they known about it. Frederick's growing political sophistication made him increasingly critical of what he saw as his parents' passive acceptance of ministerial authority. He believed that the crown was surrendering too much power to parliamentary politicians and commercial interests, that the monarchy was becoming a ceremonial institution rather than a true governing force. Paradoxically, his criticism of his parents' approach to kingship was based not on democratic principles, but on a more assertive vision of royal authority than anything George II had ever contemplated. The emergence of Leicester House as an alternative centre of political activity was perhaps inevitable given the dynamics that were developing within the royal family. Frederick needed a place where he could entertain, conduct business, and establish relationships independent of his parents' court. More importantly, he needed a space where he could be the unquestioned centre of attention, where his opinions would be solicited and his preferences would matter. Leicester House became not just a residence, but a symbol of Frederick's determination to carve out his own political identity, separate from and potentially opposed to his father's government. Caroline watched the development of Leicester House as an opposition centre with growing alarm, recognizing that her son was creating exactly the kind of alternative focus for political discontent that she and George II had used against George I during their own years of family conflict. The irony was not lost on her. She was experiencing from the other side the same kind of family political warfare that had characterized the early years of her marriage. Yet her response was not empathy for Frederick's position, but anger at what she saw as his ingratitude and disloyalty. The psychological dynamics that were developing between Frederick and his parents during these years were complex and ultimately tragic. Each member of the family was responding to the others based on their own needs and fears, rather than trying to understand the perspectives of those they should have loved most deeply. George II wanted a son who would support his policies and enhance his reputation, not challenge his authority or complicate his relationships with his ministers. Caroline wanted a son who would appreciate the sacrifices she had made for the crown and the intelligence she had devoted to maintaining royal influence in an increasingly democratic age. Frederick wanted parents who would acknowledge the damage their neglect had caused and who would treat him as an individual worthy of respect, rather than as a political asset to be managed. Leicester House, situated in the fashionable Leicester Fields area of London, became something far more significant than a royal residence during the 1730s. It evolved into the physical embodiment of Frederick's rebellion against his parents and the unofficial headquarters of political opposition to George II's government. The building itself was elegant without being ostentatious, large enough to accommodate the social and political activities that Frederick was determined to pursue, yet intimate enough to foster the kind of personal relationships that were impossible within the formal protocols of the official royal court. The transformation of Leicester House into a rival court was not accidental. but the result of Frederick's deliberate strategy to establish his own political identity and to attract supporters who were dissatisfied with his father's policies. The prince understood, with an astuteness that surprised even his critics, that effective political opposition required more than just criticism. It needed an alternative vision, a different style of leadership, and most importantly, a place where dissatisfied politicians could gather to air their grievances and plan their strategies. Frederick's evening gatherings at Leicester House became legendary throughout London for their combination of intellectual stimulation, political intrigue, and social pleasure. Unlike the stiff formality that characterized entertainments at St. James's Palace, Leicester House offered a relaxed atmosphere where conversation could range freely across topics from philosophy to gossip, from literature to parliamentary tactics. The prince made a point of inviting not just politicians, but also writers, artists, scientists, and anyone else whose company might prove interesting or useful. The guest list for these gatherings read like a roll call of everyone who had reason to oppose George II's government, or simply to seek an alternative to the established court. Lord Bolingbroke, the brilliant but erratic Tory leader who had been excluded from power since Queen Anne's death, became a regular visitor and an important influence on Frederick's political thinking. William Pulteney, the capable Whig politician who had broken with Walpole over questions of policy and principle, found in Leicester House a sympathetic audience for his criticisms of the government's domestic and foreign policies. But the Leicester House circle was not limited to established political figures. Frederick also cultivated relationships with younger politicians who represented the rising generation of parliamentary talent, men like William Pitt the Elder and George Grenville, who would eventually dominate British politics for decades to come. These younger men, who would later be known as the Patriot Boys, brought energy and idealism to the opposition movement, while benefiting from the prince's patronage and protection. The literary and intellectual atmosphere of Leicester House was perhaps its most distinctive feature, setting it apart from both the official court and the rough and tumble world of parliamentary politics. Frederick genuinely enjoyed the company of writers and thinkers, partially because their conversation stimulated his own intellectual interests, and partially because their support could help shape public opinion in ways that purely political alliances could not achieve. The prince understood that controlling the narrative about his opposition was as important as organizing parliamentary votes against his father's policies. Alexander Pope, perhaps the most influential poet of his generation, became a frequent visitor to Leicester House and an important advocate for Frederick's political position. Pope's satirical poems about the corruption and incompetence of Walpole's government helped create a public image of the opposition as principled reformers fighting against entrenched interests. The prince's patronage of Pope and other literary figures was not merely cultural philanthropy, but a sophisticated form of political communication that reached audiences far beyond the narrow world of Westminster politics. The musical entertainments at Leicester House were another important element of Frederick's strategy to create an alternative royal court. The prince was a genuine music lover who played the cello with considerable skill, and he used his musical interest to attract composers, performers, and music-loving members of society to his gatherings. These concerts served multiple purposes. They demonstrated Frederick's cultural sophistication, provided opportunities for informal political conversation, and created a relaxed social atmosphere that encouraged the formation of personal relationships among the opposition figures who attended. Caroline's response to the emergence of Leicester House as a rival court was a mixture of political concern and personal hurt that revealed the complexity of her feelings about her eldest son. As a politician, she understood the serious threat that Frederick's opposition activities posed to her husband's government and to her own carefully constructed role as the power behind the throne. As a mother, she was wounded by what she saw as Frederick's rejection of everything she had worked to achieve and his apparent determination to embarrass and undermine his parents in the most public way possible. The Queen's attempts to counter Frederick's growing political influence were hampered by her inability to understand what motivated his opposition. She interpreted his behavior primarily in terms of personal ingratitude and political opportunism, failing to recognize the genuine ideological differences that separated his vision of monarchy from her own more cautious approach to royal power. Caroline's responses to Frederick's activities were often counterproductive, serving to reinforce his sense of grievance rather than addressing the underlying issues that had driven him into opposition. George II's reaction to his son's political activities was more straightforward, but ultimately no more effective than Caroline's approach. The king was simply angry at Frederick's disloyalty, at the embarrassment of having the heir to the throne actively opposing royal policies, at the way Leicester House was providing a platform for every critic and malcontent in London. George II's military mindset led him to view Frederick's opposition in terms of personal betrayal rather than legitimate political disagreement, and his responses were correspondingly harsh and unforgiving. The public nature of the conflict between the royal court and Leicester House created a constant source of political instability that weakened the government's effectiveness and provided ammunition for its critics. Parliamentary debates increasingly featured references to the division within the royal family, with opposition speakers arguing that if the king's own son could not support his policies, why should anyone else be expected to do so? Government supporters found themselves in the awkward position of having to defend royal policies against criticism from the heir to the throne. The social implications of the royal family's public quarrel extended far beyond the narrow world of court politics. London society found itself divided between those who remained loyal to the official court and those who were attracted to the more relaxed and intellectually stimulating atmosphere of Leicester House. Ambitious social climbers had to choose which royal court to cultivate, while established families found their traditional loyalties complicated by the need to consider which faction was likely to dominate the future political landscape. Frederick's success in creating a viable alternative to his parents' court represented a significant achievement in its own right, demonstrating political skills that neither George nor Caroline had given him credit for possessing. The prince had managed to attract and hold together a diverse coalition of opposition figures, had created a social and intellectual environment that rivaled the official court in its attractiveness, and had established himself as a legitimate alternative focus for those who were dissatisfied with the existing political order. Yet the success of Leicester House also carried within it the seeds of future problems that would ultimately contribute to the breakdown of relationships within the royal family. The more successful Frederick became in his opposition activities, the more threatened his parents felt, and the more determined they became to reassert their authority. The public nature of the conflict made compromise increasingly difficult, as any concession to Frederick would be seen as a sign of weakness by the government's other critics. The stage was being set for a family confrontation that would escalate beyond anything that had been seen in previous generations of royal family conflicts. The summer of 1737 began with an uneasy calm between Frederick and his parents, a temporary truce that concealed the gathering storm of family tensions that would soon explode into public scandal. Frederick's wife, Princess Augusta of Saxe-Gotha, was expecting their first child, and the prospect of becoming grandparents should have provided an opportunity for George II and Caroline to rebuild their relationship with their estranged son. Instead, The pregnancy became the catalyst for the most dramatic and irreparable break in the family's already strained relationships. Caroline's attitude toward her son's marriage had been complicated from the beginning by her own complex feelings about Frederick and her concerns about the political implications of his domestic arrangements. Princess Augusta was young, reportedly sweet-natured, and came from a respectable German noble family. But Caroline worried that Frederick would use his wife and potential children as weapons in his ongoing political war against his parents. The Queen's determination to maintain some degree of control over the circumstances surrounding the birth of her first grandchild was understandable from a political perspective, but it reflected a fundamental misunderstanding of how deeply Frederick resented any interference in his personal life. The specific arrangements for the birth became a source of escalating conflict as Augusta's pregnancy progressed. Caroline insisted that the birth take place at Hampton Court Palace, where the royal family was spending the summer, so that she and George II could be present to witness the delivery and ensure that there were no questions about the child's legitimacy. Frederick, interpreting this demand as another attempt by his parents to control and humiliate him, was determined to prevent them from having any role in what he considered a private family matter. The underlying issue was not really about the logistics of childbirth, but about power and respect within the royal family. Caroline's insistence on being present at the birth was based on her memories of earlier royal pregnancies, where questions of legitimacy had caused political problems, and her desire to protect the succession from any potential scandals. Frederick's resistance was motivated by his determination to establish his independence from parental interference and his belief that his parents had forfeited any right to participate in his family's most intimate moments. The tension escalated throughout July as Augusta's due date approached, and neither side showed any willingness to compromise. Caroline made increasingly sharp comments about sons who forgot their duties to their parents and their kingdom, while Frederick responded with bitter observations about parents who had never shown any genuine interest in their children's welfare. The rest of the court watched these exchanges with the kind of horrified fascination that people reserve for family quarrels that are spiraling completely out of control. The crisis reached its climax on the evening of July 31st, 1737, when Augusta went into labour while the royal family was at Hampton Court. Frederick, who had been expecting this moment and planning his response for weeks, immediately put into action a plan that was both brilliant in its execution and devastating in its impact on family relationships. Rather than alerting his parents to his wife's condition, he bundled Augusta into a coach and spirited her away to St. James's Palace in London, determined to ensure that their child would be born without any interference from his parents. The midnight journey from Hampton Court to London was an extraordinary undertaking under the best of circumstances, but attempting it with a woman in active labour bordered on the dangerous and insane. Augusta, weak and in considerable pain, was forced to endure an hour-long carriage ride over rough roads, while contractions grew stronger and more frequent. The risk to both mother and child was enormous, but Frederick was so determined to deny his parents any role in the birth that he was willing to gamble with the lives of the two people he claimed to love most in the world. The baby, a daughter who would be named Augusta after her mother, was born at St. James's Palace in the early morning hours of August 1st, attended by whatever medical assistance Frederick could hastily assemble. The infant's survival was something of a miracle given the circumstances of her birth, but she was small and weak, leading cruel observers to describe her as looking more like a poor, ugly little she-mouse than a future member of the royal family. The child's fragile appearance would later fuel rumours that she might have been replaced by a substitute, though there was never any credible evidence to support such allegations. Caroline's reaction when she learned of Frederick's deception was a mixture of fury, hurt, and genuine fear for her daughter-in-law's safety. The Queen immediately ordered coaches prepared for the journey to London, determined to see for herself that Augusta and the baby were well, and to assess the damage that Frederick's reckless behavior might have caused. The sight of her frail daughter-in-law, exhausted from her ordeal, and the tiny infant, who might not have survived a less dramatic birth, filled Caroline with a complex mixture of relief, anger, and maternal concern that she had not expected to feel. But Caroline's most powerful emotion was rage at what she saw as Frederick's willingness to risk the lives of his wife and child in order to score points in his ongoing conflict with his parents. The Queen, who prided herself on her rationality and political sophistication, found herself confronting behavior that seemed to defy any reasonable explanation. How could a man who claimed to love his family be willing to endanger them for the sake of a petty power struggle? How could someone who wanted to be king someday demonstrate such poor judgment in managing his own personal relationships? George II's response to the crisis was more straightforward, but equally intense. The king saw Frederick's behavior as an unforgivable insult to royal authority and family dignity, a public humiliation that undermined the monarchy's reputation and provided ammunition for every critic of the Hanoverian dynasty. The fact that Frederick had been willing to risk the succession itself, for the infant might have died during the dangerous journey, struck George II as evidence that his son was fundamentally unfit for the responsibilities he would someday inherit. The confrontation between Frederick and his parents that took place at St. James's Palace in the days following the birth was one of the most bitter family quarrels in the history of the British monarchy. Caroline, normally so controlled and diplomatic in her public behavior, reportedly screamed at Frederick that he was the greatest ass and the greatest liar and the greatest canaille and the greatest beast in the whole world. George II, his face flushed with anger, told his son that he had proven himself unworthy of the crown and undeserving of any consideration or respect from his parents. Frederick's response to his parents' fury was a mixture of defiance and satisfaction that revealed how completely family relationships had broken down. The prince made it clear that he regretted nothing about his actions, that he was proud of having prevented his parents from interfering in his family's private affairs, and that he was prepared for whatever consequences they might choose to impose. His calm acceptance of their anger seemed to infuriate George II and Caroline even more, as if Frederick's lack of remorse was proof that he had moved beyond the reach of parental authority or family affection. The formal banishment of Frederick and his family from all royal residences was announced at Dee within days of the confrontation, marking the first time in living memory that a British monarch had formally expelled the heir to the throne from the royal court. The proclamation, issued in George II's name but clearly reflecting Caroline's influence, instructed all court officials, foreign ambassadors, and members of the nobility that they were forbidden from visiting or entertaining the Prince of Wales and his family. Anyone who defied this order would be considered an enemy of the crown and could expect to lose any royal appointments or honours they currently held. The banishment was more than a symbolic gesture. It represented a complete severing of the personal and political relationships that should have bound the royal family together. Frederick was stripped of his allowance from the royal purse, forcing him to rely on parliamentary grants and the support of his political allies for financial survival. His name was removed from the official prayers said in churches throughout the kingdom, a particularly pointed insult that emphasized his status as a persona non grata in his own father's realm. Caroline's role in orchestrating these punishments revealed the depth of her anger and the completeness of her rejection of Frederick as a son, worthy of her love or concern. The woman who had spent decades building her reputation as a wise and compassionate queen showed no mercy toward her eldest child, no recognition that her own failures as a mother might have contributed to the family's dysfunction. Instead, she threw herself into the task of ensuring that Frederick's punishment was as complete and humiliating as possible. The Queen's vindictiveness was perhaps most clearly displayed in her treatment of Princess Augusta, who had done nothing wrong except marry Frederick and bear his child. Caroline refused to acknowledge her daughter-in-law's existence, declined to send any gifts or messages of congratulation following the birth, and made it clear that Augusta would never be welcome at court, as long as she remained married to Frederick. This cruelty toward an innocent young woman, who was far from her own family and struggling to establish herself in a foreign country, revealed a side of Caroline's character that contradicted everything she claimed to believe about royal dignity and Christian charity. The public response to the royal family's quarrel was a mixture of fascination, embarrassment, and concern about the stability of the monarchy itself. Newspapers, normally careful to avoid criticism of the royal family, began publishing barely disguised accounts of the conflict, while coffee houses and taverns buzzed with gossip about the latest developments in the ongoing saga. Foreign diplomats sent detailed reports to their governments about the breakdown of family relationships within the British royal house, speculating about the potential political implications of having a divided dynasty during increasingly uncertain times in European politics. Frederick's response to his banishment was to embrace his role as the head of an alternative royal court with even greater enthusiasm than before. Leicester House became not just a gathering place for political opposition, but a symbol of resistance to what Frederick characterized as his parents' tyrannical abuse of royal authority. The prince's supporters rallied around him with renewed dedication, seeing in his treatment by George II and Caroline evidence of the kind of arbitrary behavior that threatened the constitutional principles upon which British government was supposedly based. The financial implications of Frederick's banishment created an ongoing political crisis that Parliament could not avoid addressing. The prince's supporters argued that denying him an adequate allowance was tantamount to undermining the succession itself, while government supporters claimed that Frederick had forfeited any right to royal support through his disloyal and reckless behavior. The debates over Frederick's finances became proxy battles over larger questions about royal authority, parliamentary independence, and the proper relationships between different branches of government. Caroline's health began to decline noticeably in the months following Frederick's banishment, though whether this was coincidental or related to the stress of the family conflict was never clear. Those closest to the Queen observed that she seemed less energetic than before, less interested in the political discussions that had always been her greatest pleasure, and more prone to the kind of melancholy that she had previously been able to overcome through sheer force of will. George II, watching his wife's deterioration with growing concern, began to wonder if the price of their conflict with Frederick was higher than either of them had anticipated. The years following Frederick's banishment from court settled into a pattern of sustained hostility that poisoned every aspect of the royal family's relationships and cast a shadow over the entire British political system. George II had achieved his immediate goal of punishing his son's defiance, but the victory felt hollow as it became clear that Frederick's exile had only strengthened his position as a rallying point for political opposition. The king found himself in the peculiar position of having won a family quarrel while losing the larger struggle for political authority and public respect. Caroline's death in November 1737, just months after the final break with Frederick, deprived George II of the one person who might have helped him find a path toward reconciliation with his son. The Queen's funeral was a somber affair that emphasized the extent to which family dysfunction had corrupted even the most basic human obligations of love and forgiveness. Frederick was not invited to attend his mother's burial, despite the fact that her death presented an obvious opportunity for the family to come together in their shared grief and perhaps begin the process of healing their damaged relationships. The king's grief over Caroline's death was genuine and profound, revealing depths of feeling that he had rarely displayed in public throughout their 32 years of marriage. George II's immediate response to becoming a widower was to retreat into a shell of formal mourning that effectively removed him from active political life for several months. Court observers noted that he seemed to age visibly in the weeks following Caroline's funeral, as if the loss of his wife had drained him of the energy and purpose that had sustained him through the challenges of his reign. Yet even in his grief, George II could not bring himself to reach out to Frederick or to acknowledge that the family's quarrel had cost him the opportunity to share his sorrow with his eldest son. The king's inability to separate his personal loss from his political conflicts revealed the extent to which royal obligations had corrupted his capacity for normal human relationships. He was mourning not just the death of his beloved wife, but also the isolation that his own choices had created around him. Frederick's response to his mother's death was complex and difficult to interpret, mixing genuine sorrow with continued resentment and perhaps a touch of vindication that his exile had prevented him from being present during Caroline's final illness. The prince issued appropriate public statements about his grief and arranged for private memorial services at Leicester House, but he made no attempt to communicate directly with his father or to suggest that their shared loss might provide a foundation for reconciliation. The absence of any meaningful contact between father and son during this period of family crisis demonstrated how completely their relationship had deteriorated. George II and Frederick were both grieving the same loss, both struggling to understand how their family had reached such a state of dysfunction, yet neither was willing or able to take the first step toward healing the wounds that separated them. Caroline's death, which should have brought them together, instead seemed to make their estrangement permanent and irreversible. The political implications of the royal family's continued dysfunction became increasingly apparent as Frederick's opposition activities gained momentum throughout the late 1730s and early 1740s. The prince's supporters in Parliament grew bolder in their criticism of government policies, knowing that they had the backing of the heir to the throne and that their opposition could be characterized as loyalty to the future king, rather than disloyalty to the current one. This created a constitutional crisis that had no clear precedent in British political history. George II's attempts to govern effectively were constantly undermined by the knowledge that his own son was actively working against his policies and encouraging others to do the same. Cabinet meetings became exercises in damage control rather than policy planning, as ministers spent increasing amounts of time trying to counter the political effects of Frederick's opposition rather than addressing the substantive challenges facing the kingdom. The king's authority was being eroded not by external enemies or parliamentary opposition, but by his own family relationships. Frederick's marriage to Princess Augusta and their growing family provided him with additional weapons in his conflict with his father, as he was able to present himself as the head of the future royal house, while portraying George II as an aging monarch whose time was passing. The births of Frederick's children, future George III, was born in 1738, were celebrated at Leicester House with elaborate ceremonies that deliberately paralleled and competed with official court functions. These events served as reminders that the succession would eventually pass to Frederick's line, regardless of his current estrangement from his parents. The prince's political sophistication continued to develop throughout this period, as he learned to use his position as heir apparent to maximum advantage, while avoiding the kind of direct challenges to royal authority that might have justified more severe punishment. Frederick's opposition was always framed in terms of loyalty to constitutional principles and concern for British interests, rather than personal animosity toward his father. This approach made it difficult for George II to respond effectively without appearing to be motivated primarily by family spite rather than legitimate political concerns. The king's isolation deepened as the years passed, and the prospects for reconciliation dimmed. George II found himself increasingly dependent on a narrow circle of advisers and courtiers who told him what they thought he wanted to hear, rather than providing honest assessments of his political situation. The absence of Caroline's sharp intelligence and Frederick's alternative perspective left the king vulnerable to the kind of poor judgment that had characterized his father's later years. By the mid-1740s, it had become clear that the conflict between George II and Frederick was not simply a temporary family quarrel that time would heal, but a fundamental breakdown in the relationship between the current king and his heir that would have lasting consequences for the monarchy and the British political system. The personal had become political in ways that threatened the stability of the crown itself, yet neither father nor son seemed capable of stepping back from positions that were destroying them both. The death of Frederick in March 1751 should have provided George II with the opportunity to reflect on the waste and tragedy of their long estrangement, to consider how different their relationship might have been if either of them had shown greater wisdom or compassion during the crucial years when reconciliation was still possible. Instead, the king's response to his son's death revealed the complete emotional numbness that years of family conflict had created within him. When told of Frederick's death, George II's reported reaction was shocking in its coldness and apparent lack of any normal parental grief. "I lost my eldest son," he allegedly said, "but I am glad of it." This extraordinary statement, if accurately reported, represented one of the most disturbing examples of emotional dysfunction in the history of the British royal family. A father was expressing satisfaction at the death of his own child, suggesting that family relationships had been so thoroughly poisoned by years of conflict that even death could not inspire forgiveness or sorrow. The king's lack of visible grief at Frederick's funeral and his quick acceptance of the succession passing to his grandson George III indicated that he viewed his son's death primarily as a political convenience rather than a personal loss. The removal of Frederick from the political scene would eliminate the most visible source of opposition to royal policies and allow George II to govern without the constant embarrassment of having his own heir working against him. From the king's perspective, Frederick's death solved more problems than it created, yet those closest to George II observed that his apparent indifference to Frederick's death was more complex than his public statement suggested. The king seemed to age more rapidly after 1751, as if the resolution of his conflict with Frederick had removed one of the sources of energy that had sustained him through the challenges of his reign. There were reports of private moments when George II appeared melancholy or distracted, though he never publicly acknowledged any regret about the way his relationship with Frederick had developed. The succession of George III, Frederick's eldest son, created an opportunity for the king to establish a different kind of relationship with the next generation of the royal family. The new heir to the throne was young enough to be shaped by his grandfather's influence, yet old enough to understand the political responsibilities he would eventually inherit. George II's interactions with his grandson were noticeably warmer and more affectionate than his relationship with Frederick had ever been, suggesting that the king was capable of normal family feelings when they were not complicated by political competition and personal resentment. In the corridors of power that wound through Westminster and Whitehall during the 1730s, a knowing smile would cross the faces of seasoned politicians whenever the subject of royal authority arose in conversation. Everyone understood the reality that could never be spoken aloud in formal settings. While George II occupied the throne and received the ceremonial deference due to a king, the real decisions that shaped British policy were being made by a woman whose intelligence had no official recognition and whose influence operated entirely through the subtle mechanisms of marriage and personal relationship. Caroline's transformation from a supportive royal wife into the de facto ruler of Britain had been so gradual and carefully managed that even those who witnessed it firsthand could barely explain how it had happened. She had never demanded formal authority, never insisted on official titles or public recognition of her role, never challenged the constitutional fiction that her husband was making independent royal decisions. Instead, she had created an invisible network of influence that operated more effectively than any formal government structure, a system of personal relationships and informal consultations that allowed her to shape policy while maintaining the appearance of proper wifely submission. The process typically began in the quiet evening hours, when the formal business of the court had concluded, and George II and Caroline could retreat to their private apartments for the kind of intimate conversation that married couples had shared for centuries. Caroline would listen attentively as her husband described the challenges he had faced during the day, the conflicting advice he had received from his ministers, the decisions that needed to be made about domestic and foreign policy. Her questions were always gentle and supportive, designed to help him clarify his own thinking, rather than to impose her opinions upon him. But Caroline's questions were far from random or naive. She had spent her day in conversations with politicians, philosophers, diplomats, and anyone else who could provide her with information about the complex issues facing the kingdom. Her correspondence with intellectual figures across Europe kept her informed about developments in political theory, economic policy, and international relations that her husband, with his focus on military affairs and ceremonial duties, often overlooked or misunderstood. By the time she sat down with George II each evening, Caroline was often better informed about the issues they discussed than any of his official advisors. The art of Caroline's influence lay in her ability to guide these conversations in directions that served the long-term interests of the kingdom, while making George II believe that any insights or decisions that emerged were the products of his own wisdom and judgment. She would praise his grasp of complex situations, express admiration for his political instincts, and suggest that his ideas were more sophisticated than those of his ministers. When she offered alternative perspectives or pointed out potential problems with proposed policies, she did so in ways that seemed to support and strengthen his position rather than challenging his authority. Robert Walpole, watching this process unfold during his years as chief minister, came to understand that his own political survival depended as much on maintaining Caroline's support as on satisfying the king's preferences. The Prime Minister's meetings with the royal couple were carefully choreographed affairs in which Caroline's opinions were expressed through subtle cues and indirect suggestions that required considerable political sophistication to interpret correctly. Walpole's genius lay in his ability to decode these signals and to present his policies in ways that aligned with Caroline's views while appearing to respond primarily to the king's stated priorities. The Queen's influence extended far beyond the formal boundaries of government into the broader realm of British cultural and intellectual life. Her salon at court attracted the most brilliant minds of her generation, creating an informal advisory council that included philosophers, scientists, writers, and political theorists whose ideas shaped the intellectual climate of Georgian England. Caroline's conversations with figures like Alexander Pope, Voltaire, and Bishop Berkeley provided her with perspectives on British society and politics that were far more sophisticated than anything available through official government channels. These intellectual relationships were not merely social ornaments, but practical tools of governance that allowed Caroline to understand public opinion and cultural trends in ways that helped her anticipate and respond to political challenges. When parliamentary opposition began to coalesce around particular issues, Caroline often had advance warning through her network of literary and intellectual contacts. When new ideas began to influence public opinion, she was among the first to understand their political implications and to begin developing responses that would protect royal interests and government stability. Caroline's role in ecclesiastical appointments provided perhaps the clearest example of how her informal influence operated in practice. Church of England bishoprics and other important religious positions were technically in the gift of the crown, but George II had little interest in theological questions and even less understanding of the complex political and intellectual currents that divided different factions within the established church. Caroline, by contrast, had spent years studying religious philosophy and building relationships with church leaders whose advice she valued and trusted. When vacancies arose in important church positions, Caroline would conduct extensive informal consultations with bishops, theological scholars, and political figures who understood the religious dimensions of various policy questions. She would assess candidates not only for their theological orthodoxy, but also for their political reliability, their intellectual sophistication, and their ability to represent the church effectively in an increasingly secular age. By the time she discussed these appointments with George II, Caroline had already identified the candidates who best served the crown's interests and developed compelling arguments for why the king should support her recommendations. The king's acceptance of Caroline's ecclesiastical advice was so complete that contemporary observers noted the striking improvement in the quality of church appointments during her lifetime. The bishops chosen during her influence were generally men of learning and political sophistication who enhanced the reputation of the established church and provided effective support for government policies. This success strengthened Caroline's position within the government and demonstrated to skeptical politicians that her involvement in policymaking produced tangible benefits for the kingdom. Caroline's influence on foreign policy was more subtle but equally significant, particularly in the complex negotiations that surrounded Britain's relationships with European allies and enemies. Her correspondence with royal courts across the continent provided her with information about political developments, personal relationships among European leaders, and emerging threats to British interests that often reached her before they were reported through official diplomatic channels. This intelligence network made her an invaluable advisor to ministers who were trying to navigate the treacherous waters of 18th century international relations. The Queen's understanding of European politics was enhanced by her ability to analyze the personal motivations and psychological weaknesses of foreign leaders with whom Britain needed to deal. Her insights into the character of figures like Maria Theresa of Austria or Frederick the Great of Prussia helped British negotiators develop strategies that were more likely to succeed than approaches based purely on formal diplomatic protocols. Caroline understood that international relations often depended as much on personal relationships and individual psychology as on abstract considerations of national interest. Perhaps most importantly, Caroline served as a buffer between George II's impulsive military instincts and the complex realities of governing a commercial empire that depended more on trade and finance than on territorial conquest. The king's desire for military glory and his tendency to view political problems in terms of simple confrontation were potentially dangerous in an age when British prosperity depended on maintaining the delicate balance of European power. Caroline's influence helped channel his aggressive tendencies in directions that served British interests while avoiding the kind of reckless adventures that had destroyed other European monarchies. The popular verse of the time, "You may strut, dapper George, but 'twill all be in vain. We know 'tis Queen Caroline, not you, that reign," captured a political reality that was obvious to informed observers but could never be officially acknowledged. Caroline had achieved something unprecedented in British history: effective royal power exercised by a woman who held no formal constitutional position and whose authority derived entirely from her personal relationship with the king and her own intellectual abilities. The palace chambers of St. James's whispered with the kind of gossip that had entertained European courts for centuries, stories of royal mistresses, clandestine affairs, and the complex emotional arrangements that seemed to characterize most 18th century royal marriages. George II's relationship with Henrietta Howard, later Countess of Suffolk, had become an open secret by the late 1720s, conducted with the kind of public discretion that allowed everyone to know about it, while maintaining the fiction that such things remained private royal business. Henrietta Howard was everything that court tradition suggested a royal mistress should be: beautiful in a restrained English way, intelligent enough to provide interesting conversation, but not so brilliant as to threaten royal authority, and discreet enough to conduct her relationship with the king without creating scandals that might damage the monarchy's reputation. She had been part of the royal household since George II's days as Prince of Wales, initially serving Caroline as a lady-in-waiting, and her gradual transition from courtier to confidant to something more intimate had followed patterns that were familiar to anyone who understood the complex social dynamics of royal courts. What made George II's affair with Henrietta Howard unusual was not its existence. Royal mistresses were a normal part of monarchical life, but Caroline's response to it. Rather than treating Henrietta as a rival to be eliminated or a threat to be neutralized, Caroline chose to manage the relationship with the same kind of political sophistication that she applied to other challenges facing the crown. The Queen understood that attempting to prevent her husband's affair would likely prove futile, and would certainly create the kind of domestic drama that could damage both their marriage and their effectiveness as royal partners. Caroline's strategy was characteristically subtle and ultimately successful. She maintained cordial, even friendly relationships with Henrietta Howard, treating her as a valued member of the royal household, rather than as an interloper whose presence was resented. This approach served multiple purposes. It demonstrated Caroline's confidence in her own position as queen and wife. It prevented the kind of court factionalism that often developed around royal mistresses, and it allowed Caroline to maintain some degree of influence over a relationship that she could not prevent, but could potentially shape. The practical arrangements that developed around George II's affair revealed the extent to which Caroline had managed to domesticate what could have been a destructive force within the royal marriage. Henrietta Howard received appropriate financial support and social recognition for her position, but she was never allowed to forget that Caroline remained the king's primary partner in both personal and political matters. The mistress was granted access to the king's private apartments at specified times, but these visits followed schedules that were arranged with Caroline's knowledge and implicit consent. Even more remarkably, Caroline managed to maintain her own relationship with Henrietta Howard on terms that suggested genuine friendship rather than merely strategic cooperation. The two women could often be seen conversing at court functions, and their correspondence reveals a level of mutual respect and even affection that transcended the awkwardness of their unusual situation. Caroline seemed to understand that Henrietta posed no real threat to her marriage or her political influence, and this confidence allowed her to treat the affair as simply another aspect of royal life that needed to be managed effectively. George II's behavior during this period demonstrated both his dependence on Caroline's emotional intelligence and his recognition that their marriage was strong enough to survive the complications introduced by his affair. The king never attempted to use his relationship with Henrietta Howard as a weapon against Caroline, or as a way of avoiding the political discussions that were such an important part of their partnership. Instead, he seemed to view his affair as a separate category of relationship that met certain needs without interfering with the deeper bonds that connected him to his wife. The king's daily routine during the height of his affair with Henrietta Howard illustrated the compartmentalized nature of his emotional life. He would spend mornings dealing with official business and ceremonial duties, afternoons in private meetings with Caroline discussing policy questions and political strategy, early evenings in social activities with the broader court, and only then would he retreat to the private apartments where Henrietta Howard waited for him. This schedule suggested that he viewed his affair as a form of relaxation or recreation, rather than as a substitute for his marriage. Caroline's tolerance for her husband's affair was made easier by her recognition that George II's emotional needs were relatively simple, and that Henrietta Howard satisfied them without threatening the more complex intellectual and political partnership that formed the foundation of the royal marriage. The king seemed to appreciate Henrietta's undemanding companionship and her willingness to provide admiration and affection without the challenging conversations that characterized his interactions with Caroline. In some ways, Henrietta Howard served as a refuge from the demanding business of kingship rather than as an alternative to his marriage. The Queen's friends and advisers were often puzzled by her apparent equanimity about her husband's affair, expecting her to display the kind of jealousy and resentment that would have been natural for any wife in such circumstances. Caroline's response to these concerns revealed both her practical wisdom and her deep understanding of her husband's character. She explained that she had no fear of losing George II's love because she knew that their relationship was based on foundations much stronger than physical attraction or romantic sentiment. Caroline understood that her marriage to George II was fundamentally a partnership of minds and interests that had evolved over more than 2 decades into something more durable than the passion that typically characterized royal affairs. She and her husband shared political goals, intellectual interests, and personal history that could not be replicated in any other relationship. Her confidence in this bond allowed her to view his affair with Henrietta Howard as an episode that might provide him with certain satisfactions, but could never replace what they had built together. The end of George II's affair with Henrietta Howard came gradually rather than through any dramatic confrontation or crisis. As the king aged and his interest shifted toward other concerns, he seemed to lose interest in maintaining the relationship that had occupied so much of his attention during the early years of his reign. Henrietta Howard's departure from court in the mid-1730s was managed with the same discretion that had characterized the affair itself, with appropriate financial settlements and social recognition for her years of service to the royal household. Caroline's handling of her husband's affair established a model for royal marriage that would influence future generations of the British monarchy. She had demonstrated that a queen could maintain her dignity and authority even when faced with the kind of personal challenge that had destroyed other royal relationships. More importantly, she had shown that a successful royal marriage could survive and even benefit from the kind of practical arrangements that acknowledged human weakness, while preserving the essential bonds of partnership and affection. The affair with Henrietta Howard was not the last of George II's extramarital relationships, but Caroline's response to subsequent involvements followed the same pattern of tolerant management that had characterized her handling of the first. She seemed to understand that preventing these affairs was neither possible nor necessarily desirable, but that controlling their impact on royal authority and family stability was both achievable and essential. The deepest testament to the strength of George II and Caroline's marriage was not their ability to survive his affairs, but the way those affairs seemed to enhance rather than diminish their appreciation for each other. The king's experiences with other women apparently helped him understand how exceptional Caroline was, how unusual it was to find someone who could match his intellectual needs while also providing emotional support and political guidance. Caroline, for her part, seemed to take satisfaction in the knowledge that no other relationship could provide George II with what their marriage offered. The autumn of 1737 found Caroline increasingly troubled by physical discomfort that she initially dismissed as the routine aches and pains that afflicted most people approaching their sixth decade of life. At 54, the Queen had maintained remarkable energy and intellectual vigour throughout her years as George II's primary advisor and political partner, but she was beginning to experience symptoms that suggested her body was finally succumbing to the accumulated stresses of royal life and the medical challenges that had plagued her since the birth of her youngest child 13 years earlier. The umbilical hernia that Caroline had suffered during the difficult delivery of Princess Louisa in 1724 had never been properly treated, partly because the medical understanding of such conditions was primitive, and partly because the Queen had been reluctant to undergo surgery that might incapacitate her during politically sensitive periods. Instead, she had managed the condition with a combination of supportive garments, careful diet, and the kind of willpower that had characterized her approach to every other challenge in her life. For more than a decade, Caroline had successfully concealed the extent of her physical discomfort from everyone except her most trusted personal servants, and perhaps from George II himself. Her public appearances remained as gracious and energetic as ever. Her participation in political discussions showed no diminishment of intellectual sharpness, and her management of court social life continued with the same sophisticated attention to detail that had made her such an effective queen. Yet those closest to her began to notice subtle changes in her behavior that suggested she was dealing with chronic pain and increasing physical limitations. The crisis began on November 9, 1737, when Caroline attended the opening of a new library at St. James's Palace, an event that should have been one of the pleasant ceremonial duties that she particularly enjoyed. The Queen had always been a passionate reader and supporter of intellectual endeavours, and the library opening represented the kind of cultural advancement that she had worked to promote throughout her reign. But during the ceremony, she was struck by sudden, intense abdominal pain that left her pale and shaken, though she managed to complete her public duties without revealing the severity of her distress. Caroline's initial response to the attack was characteristic of her approach to personal problems. She attempted to minimize its significance and to continue with her normal activities as if nothing had happened. She attended dinner that evening, participated in the usual court entertainments, and even managed to engage in political discussions with visiting ministers who sought her advice on pending government business. Only her closest personal attendants noticed that she moved more slowly than usual, and that she occasionally pressed her hand to her side in what appeared to be an unconscious gesture of pain. The Queen's attempts to maintain her normal routine became increasingly difficult over the following days, as the pain intensified and began to be accompanied by other symptoms that suggested a serious medical crisis. Her appetite disappeared almost entirely. She had difficulty sleeping, and she found it increasingly painful to stand or walk for extended periods. Yet Caroline continued to insist that she was suffering from nothing more serious than indigestion, or perhaps a touch of the influenza that was circulating among the court staff. George II's initial reaction to his wife's illness reflected both his genuine concern for her welfare and his inability to imagine life without the partner who had been his primary source of emotional and political support for more than 30 years. The king hovered anxiously around Caroline's apartments, offering to summon the best physicians in London and to cancel all official engagements until she had recovered. His obvious distress at her condition revealed the depth of his dependence on her presence and guidance, the extent to which their marriage had become the foundation of his ability to function effectively as a monarch. Caroline's response to George II's concern was both touching and tragically misguided. She continued to insist that her illness was temporary and minor, that she would soon be well enough to resume her normal activities, and that the king should not worry about her condition. Her motivation was partly a desire to protect her husband from unnecessary anxiety, and partly a reflection of her own inability to acknowledge that her body might be failing in ways that could threaten their partnership and her ability to fulfill her role as queen. The medical understanding of abdominal conditions in the 18th century was so primitive that even the most skilled physicians of the era had little to offer patients suffering from the kind of complications that were developing in Caroline's case. The Queen's doctors initially prescribed the standard remedies of the time: bleeding, purging, and various herbal preparations that were supposed to restore the balance of bodily humours that medical theory held responsible for most illnesses. These treatments, far from helping Caroline's condition, probably hastened her decline by weakening her further and interfering with her body's natural healing processes. As Caroline's condition worsened, court physicians began to realize that they were dealing with something more serious than the minor ailment the Queen had initially claimed to be suffering from. Examinations revealed the presence of what they described as a strangulated hernia, a condition in which part of the intestine had become trapped and was being cut off from its blood supply. The physicians understood that this was a potentially fatal condition that required immediate surgical intervention, but they also knew that abdominal surgery in their era was extremely dangerous and often resulted in infection and death. The decision about whether to attempt surgery created an agonizing dilemma for both Caroline and George II. The physicians were honest about the risks involved. They estimated that Caroline had perhaps a 50% chance of surviving the operation itself, and even if she did survive, there was a significant risk of post-operative complications that could prove fatal. Yet they also made it clear that without surgery, Caroline's condition would almost certainly prove fatal within a matter of days or weeks. Caroline's response to this terrible choice revealed both her courage and her deep love for George II. Despite her own fear of the surgery and her realistic assessment of the risks involved, she agreed to the operation primarily because she understood that her death would devastate her husband and leave him emotionally and politically vulnerable at a crucial time in his reign. She was willing to undergo an extremely dangerous medical procedure, not because she was confident of survival, but because she wanted to give George II hope and to demonstrate her commitment to their partnership, even in the face of mortal danger. The surgery, performed without anesthesia in Caroline's private apartments at St. James's Palace, was an ordeal that tested the limits of human endurance and medical skill. The Queen, conscious throughout the procedure, had to be physically restrained while surgeons attempted to repair the damage to her intestinal tract, using instruments and techniques that were barely more sophisticated than those available to medieval physicians. The operation took several hours and left Caroline in a state of shock and exhaustion that suggested she might not survive the immediate aftermath of the surgery. George II's behavior during Caroline's surgery revealed the depth of his emotional dependence on his wife and his inability to cope with the possibility of losing her. The king paced restlessly through the palace corridors, Unable to concentrate on any other business and unwilling to leave the vicinity of Caroline's apartments, he repeatedly asked her doctors for updates on her condition, demanded to know whether there was anything else that could be done to help her, and seemed almost frantic with worry about the outcome of the operation. The immediate aftermath of the surgery seemed to offer some hope for Caroline's recovery. She survived the procedure itself, remained conscious and alert, and even managed to engage in brief conversations with George III and her closest friends. The physicians reported that the surgical repair had been successful, and that if Caroline could avoid post-operative complications, she might make a full recovery. For several days, the royal household maintained a cautiously optimistic attitude about the Queen's prospects, but Caroline's temporary improvement proved to be deceptive. On November 17th, 10 days after the initial attack and several days after the surgery, the Queen suffered a catastrophic deterioration that her physicians recognized as the bursting of her intestinal repair. The infection that had been building in her abdominal cavity was now spreading throughout her body, creating a condition that even modern medicine would find difficult to treat successfully. Caroline's doctors informed George II that his wife was dying and that there was nothing more they could do to help her. The final days of Caroline's life unfolded with a mixture of physical agony and emotional poignancy that tested the limits of human endurance while revealing the extraordinary strength of the bond that had sustained her marriage to George II for more than 3 decades. As infection spread through her body and the primitive pain relief available to 18th century medicine proved inadequate to her suffering, Caroline faced death with the same combination of intellectual clarity and emotional generosity that had characterized her approach to life as queen and wife. George II's response to the realization that Caroline was dying revealed depths of emotion that surprised even those who knew him best. The king, usually so concerned with maintaining royal dignity and controlling his public image, abandoned all pretense of stoic acceptance and gave himself over to grief with an intensity that was almost frightening to witness. He spent every possible moment at Caroline's bedside, holding her hand, speaking softly to her about their shared memories, and making promises about how he would honor her memory after she was gone. The conversations between Caroline and George II during her final days were intensely private affairs that only occasionally became known to others through the reports of trusted servants or the indiscretions of court physicians who attended the dying queen. Yet the fragments that survived revealed a couple who had transcended the normal boundaries of royal marriage to create something approaching a genuine partnership of minds and hearts, even in the face of death itself. Caroline's primary concern during her final illness was not her own suffering, but the impact that her death would have on George II, his ability to govern effectively and to find happiness in whatever years remained to him. She understood better than anyone else how completely her husband had come to depend on her guidance and support, how much of his effectiveness as a king derived from their partnership, and how lost he might become without her presence to provide stability and direction. The Queen's advice to George II during these final conversations revealed both her practical wisdom and her deep love for the man she was leaving behind. She urged him to continue working with Robert Walpole, whose political skills she considered essential to the stability of the government. She reminded him of the importance of maintaining good relationships with their surviving children, and of the need to heal the breach with Frederick if at all possible. Most importantly, she encouraged him to remarry after a decent interval of mourning, arguing that he needed a wife who could provide emotional support and perhaps even political guidance. George II's response to Caroline's suggestion that he should remarry was immediate and absolute. "Non, j'aurai des maîtresses," he declared. "No, I shall have mistresses." This extraordinary statement made in French perhaps to soften its emotional impact, or because strong feelings sometimes reverted to the language of their private conversations, represented one of the most romantic declarations in the history of royal marriage. George III was telling his dying wife that no other woman could ever replace her as his partner and companion, that he would rather live with the incomplete relationships that mistresses provided than attempt to recreate what they had shared together. Caroline's response to this declaration revealed both her understanding of her husband's character and her acceptance of the practical realities that would govern his life after her death. "Ah, mon Dieu, cela n'empêche pas," she replied gently. "My God, that doesn't prevent it." She was telling George II that having mistresses would not preclude him from also having a wife who could provide the kind of companionship and support that he would need as an aging monarch. Her practical acceptance of his romantic gesture demonstrated the mature wisdom that had made their marriage so successful and politically effective. The Queen's final days were marked by a series of conversations with political figures, religious leaders, and family members who came to pay their respects and to seek her blessing for various endeavours they hoped to pursue after her death. Caroline used these meetings to reinforce the political arrangements that she believed would best serve British interests and her husband's reign, essentially conducting government business from her deathbed with the same attention to detail that had characterized her approach to policy throughout her career as Queen. One of the most significant of these final conversations involved Robert Walpole, who came to Caroline's bedside both as a friend saying farewell and as a politician seeking reassurance about his position in the government after losing his most important ally and advocate. Caroline used this meeting to extract promises from Walpole about his continued service to George II and to ensure that the political arrangements she had worked so hard to establish would survive her death. She also took the opportunity to share her assessments of various political figures and to offer advice about how Walpole might manage the challenges that would inevitably arise in the changed circumstances of her absence. The question of Caroline's relationship with Frederick remained unresolved, even as she lay dying, creating a source of continuing anguish that complicated her final days and revealed the extent to which family dysfunction had poisoned what should have been a time of peace and reconciliation. George II, despite his grief over Caroline's condition, remained adamant that Frederick should not be allowed to visit his dying mother, arguing that the prince had forfeited any right to family consideration through his disloyalty and ingratitude. Caroline's own feelings about Frederick during her final illness were complex and contradictory, mixing maternal love with political disappointment and personal hurt. She reportedly asked about her son's welfare and expressed concern about his family's financial situation, but she also sent him a message through Robert Walpole that seemed designed more to ease her own conscience than to offer genuine forgiveness. The message spoke of a mother's love, but also emphasized Frederick's failures and the pain his behavior had caused his parents. The elaborate arrangements that George II made for Caroline's burial revealed both his devotion to her memory and his determination to ensure that they would eventually be reunited in death. The king commissioned matching coffins with removable sides, designed so that when he died and was placed beside Caroline in Westminster Abbey, the barriers between their remains could be removed and they could lie together for eternity. This romantic gesture demonstrated that George II's promise to take only mistresses rather than remarrying was sincere, that he genuinely believed no other relationship could replace what he had shared with Caroline. Caroline's death on November 20th, 1737, marked the end of an era in British politics and the beginning of a period of profound personal and political adjustment for George II. The Queen's funeral, held at Westminster Abbey on December 17th, was conducted with all the ceremony due to her rank, but the most significant mourner was absent. George II Overwhelmed by grief and unable to face the public ritual of saying goodbye to the woman who had been his partner in every aspect of life, remained in seclusion at St. James's Palace, while Princess Amelia served as chief mourner. The king's absence from Caroline's funeral was widely criticized as a failure of royal duty, but those who understood the depth of his grief recognized that he was simply incapable of maintaining the kind of public composure that such ceremonies required. George II had lost not just a wife, but his primary advisor, his closest friend, and the foundation of his effectiveness as a monarch. The prospect of continuing to reign without Caroline's guidance and support seemed almost impossible to contemplate. George Frederick Handel's composition of The Ways of Zion Do Mourn as Caroline's funeral anthem provided a musical memorial that captured both the public significance of her death and the personal grief of those who had loved her. Handel, who had been a friend of the royal couple for more than 2 decades, understood that Caroline's death represented not just the loss of a patron, but the end of the cultural and intellectual flowering that her influence had fostered at court. The immediate aftermath of Caroline's death revealed just how central she had been to the functioning of George II's government and the stability of his personal life. The king, robbed of the advisor who had guided his political decisions and the companion who had shared his private thoughts and concerns, seemed lost and uncertain about how to proceed. Court observers noted that he appeared to age visibly in the weeks following Caroline's funeral, as if the loss of his wife had drained him of the energy and purpose that had sustained him through the first decade of his reign. The political implications of Caroline's death extended far beyond the royal household to affect the entire structure of British government and the European balance of power. Her influence had been the invisible force that held together the complex arrangements between George II, Robert Walpole, and the various factions that made up the governing coalition. Without her presence to mediate disputes and guide decisions, the carefully constructed political equilibrium that had brought Britain a decade of peace and prosperity began to show signs of strain. Perhaps most significantly, Caroline's death removed the one person who might have been able to heal the breach between George II and Frederick, the family conflict that was poisoning royal politics and providing ammunition for the government's critics. The Queen had maintained at least the possibility of eventual reconciliation with her son, but her death seemed to make the family's estrangement permanent and irreversible. The failure to achieve forgiveness and understanding before Caroline's death became a source of lasting regret that would haunt both George II and Frederick for the rest of their lives. The summer of 1745 brought to the windswept shores of the Scottish Highlands a figure who would become one of the most romantic and tragic characters in British history, though those who first encountered him on the remote island of Eriskay could hardly have imagined the chaos he would unleash across 3 kingdoms. Charles Edward Stuart, known to his supporters as the rightful Prince of Wales and to his enemies as the Young Pretender, was 24 years old when he stepped onto Scottish soil, carrying nothing but his conviction that he was destined to reclaim the throne his grandfather had lost more than half a century earlier. The young man who emerged from the French frigate du Tillet on July 23, 1745, possessed all the physical attributes that 18th century society associated with romantic heroism. Tall and well-proportioned, with the kind of aristocratic bearing that commanded attention in any room, Charles Edward had been raised in the elegant exile of the papal court in Rome, where he had absorbed the grand manner and absolute confidence that characterized European royalty. His Italian upbringing had given him a cosmopolitan sophistication that would prove both an asset and a liability in the harsh realities of Highland warfare and Scottish politics. But Charles Edward's most dangerous possession was neither his royal bloodline nor his romantic appearance, It was his absolute faith in the righteousness of his cause and his conviction that Providence would ensure his ultimate victory. He had grown up surrounded by Jacobite exiles who had spent decades nursing their grievances against the Hanoverian usurpers and dreaming of the day when the true king would return to claim his inheritance. These men had filled Charles Edward's childhood with tales of Stuart legitimacy and Hanoverian tyranny, creating in him a sense of mission that was both inspiring and potentially catastrophic. The Scotland that Charles Edward hoped to conquer for his father was a nation divided by geography, culture, religion, and political loyalty in ways that made unified resistance to the established government extremely difficult to achieve. The Highland clans that formed the backbone of potential Jacobite support were organized around ancient kinship networks and feudal obligations that had little connection to broader questions of national politics or royal legitimacy. Many clan chiefs were more concerned with protecting their traditional territories and maintaining their authority over their followers than with abstract questions about which German prince had the better claim to rule Britain. The religious divisions within Scotland created additional complications for any would-be Jacobite leader. The established Presbyterian Church, dominant in the lowlands and supported by the Scottish middle classes, was strongly opposed to the restoration of a Catholic dynasty that might threaten Protestant supremacy. The Catholic minority, concentrated primarily in certain Highland areas and among some noble families, provided natural support for the Jacobite cause, but lacked the numbers and resources to sustain a successful rebellion without broader assistance. Charles Edward's initial reception in Scotland was far from the enthusiastic welcome that he had expected, and that Jacobite agents had led him to believe he would receive. The Highland chiefs who first encountered him were impressed by his personal courage and charisma, but deeply concerned about the practical implications of supporting a rebellion that seemed to have little chance of success. The prince had arrived without the French military support that had been promised, without adequate supplies of weapons and money, and without any clear plan for how a small Highland army could possibly defeat the professional forces that the British government could deploy against them. The meeting between Charles Edward and the Highland chiefs on the shores of Loch Shiel demonstrated both the romantic appeal of the Jacobite cause and the hard realities that would ultimately doom it to failure. The prince, standing before a small group of clan leaders with the dramatic backdrop of the Scottish mountains behind him, spoke passionately about his determination to restore his father's rightful throne and his willingness to die in the attempt if necessary. His obvious sincerity and personal magnetism made a powerful impression on men who valued courage above all other virtues, but the chief's response revealed the fundamental weakness of the Jacobite position. They were willing to consider supporting Charles Edward's cause, but only if he could demonstrate that he had realistic prospects for success. They demanded to know where the promised French army was, when additional supplies would arrive, and what guarantees existed that other parts of Scotland and England would rise in support of the rebellion. Charles Edward's answers to these questions were based more on faith than on concrete military planning, and his inability to provide convincing assurances nearly ended the rebellion before it began. The transformation of initial skepticism into grudging support occurred gradually, over several days of intense negotiation and personal persuasion. Charles Edward's greatest asset in these discussions was his willingness to share the dangers and hardships that would face any Highland army that supported his cause. He made it clear that he would not be a distant figurehead directing the rebellion from safety, but would personally lead his forces in battle, exposing himself to the same risks that he was asking others to accept on his behalf. The ceremony of raising the royal standard at Glenfinnan on August 19, 1745, was designed to provide the dramatic symbolism that would inspire potential supporters and marked the official beginning of the Jacobite rebellion. The location was carefully chosen for its historical associations and its position in clan territory that was likely to provide initial military support. The ritual itself followed ancient Scottish traditions, with pipes playing, banners flying, and Highland warriors gathering to pledge their loyalty to what they proclaimed as the rightful king. Yet even at this moment of apparent triumph, careful observers could detect signs of the weakness that would ultimately destroy the Jacobite cause. The army that assembled at Glenfinnan numbered fewer than 2,000 men, hardly enough to challenge the established government of Great Britain. More importantly, the men who did answer Charles Edward's call represented only a small fraction of the Highland population, and their commitment to the cause was often based more on clan loyalty and personal relationships than on deep conviction about royal legitimacy. Charles Edward's early military success created a momentum that temporarily overcame these fundamental weaknesses and gave the rebellion a credibility that it had initially lacked. The Jacobite victory at the Battle of Prestonpans in September 1745 demonstrated that Highland fighting tactics could be effective against regular troops when properly employed, and it provided the rebels with much-needed supplies and equipment captured from government forces. More importantly, the victory created a sense of possibility that attracted additional supporters who might otherwise have remained neutral. The march into England that began in November 1745 represented the high point of Jacobite hopes and the moment when Charles Edward's romantic vision of his destiny seemed closest to realization. The rebel army that crossed the border was larger and better equipped than the force that had assembled at Glenfinnan, and its recent victories had given it the kind of confidence that was essential for any military campaign. For a brief moment, it seemed possible that the young prince might actually achieve the impossible and restore the Stuart dynasty to the British throne. The Jacobite army that crossed the River Esk into England on November the 8th, 1745, carried with it the hopes and fears of a movement that had sustained itself for more than half a century on little more than romantic dreams and stubborn resentment. Charles Edward Stuart, riding at the head of approximately 5,000 Highland warriors and a smaller number of lowland volunteers, was pursuing a strategy that was both audacious in its scope and terrifying in its potential consequences. His plan was nothing less than to march directly on London, defeat whatever forces the government could assemble against him, and claim the throne that he believed was rightfully his father's. The decision to invade England represented a fundamental gamble that revealed both Charles Edward's strategic genius and his dangerous overconfidence in the righteousness of his cause. The prince understood that remaining in Scotland would eventually doom his rebellion to failure, as the government could simply contain the rebels in the Highlands while assembling overwhelming force for a final assault. Only by taking the war directly to the heart of the British political system could the Jacobites hope to achieve the kind of dramatic victory that would make their cause irreversible. Yet the invasion strategy also exposed the rebellion's fundamental weakness, its dependence on assumptions about English support that were based more on wishful thinking than on reliable intelligence. Charles Edward and his advisors convinced themselves that significant numbers of English Jacobites would rally to their cause once they demonstrated their commitment by crossing the border. They believed that the unpopularity of George II's government and the general war weariness of the British population would create opportunities for a well-led rebel army to gain supporters and resources as it advanced toward London. The initial stages of the English invasion seemed to confirm these optimistic predictions. The Jacobite army captured Carlisle with relative ease, adding its military supplies to their growing arsenal and demonstrating that English border defences were poorly prepared to resist a determined assault. More importantly, the psychological impact of the invasion created panic in London and throughout the kingdom, as people suddenly realized that the rebels were serious about their intention to overthrow the established government. George II's response to news of the Jacobite invasion revealed both his personal courage and his government's fundamental unpreparedness for a crisis of this magnitude. The king's immediate instinct was to lead personally the military response to Charles Edward's challenge, following the precedent he had established at Dettingen, and demonstrating once again his belief that monarchs should face their enemies in person. Only the combined pressure of his ministers and military advisers prevented him from taking the field against rebels who would have been delighted to capture or kill the usurping king in battle. The panic that gripped London during the autumn of 1745 provided perhaps the clearest evidence of how seriously contemporaries took the Jacobite threat and how fragile the foundations of Hanoverian rule actually were. Reports circulated that George II was preparing to flee to Hanover if the rebels continued their advance, and there were rumours of barges being loaded with royal treasures on the Thames in preparation for a hasty evacuation. Whether these stories were true or merely reflected the fevered imagination of a frightened population, they demonstrated that many people considered Charles Edward's success to be a real possibility. The rebel army's advance through England was marked by a series of strategic decisions that revealed both the strengths and limitations of Charles Edward's leadership. His choice to march through the western counties rather than taking a more direct route toward London was militarily sound, as it avoided the main concentrations of government forces while potentially providing access to areas where Jacobite sentiment was believed to be strongest. The prince's personal conduct during the march enhanced his reputation for courage and dedication, as he shared the hardships of the campaign with his men and maintained the kind of visible leadership that inspired loyalty and confidence. Yet the English campaign also revealed the growing tensions within the Jacobite leadership that would ultimately contribute to the rebellion's failure. Many of the Highland chiefs who had supported Charles Edward in Scotland were increasingly uncomfortable with the risks involved in the invasion of England, particularly as it became clear that the expected English support was not materializing in significant numbers. These men had originally envisioned a limited rebellion that would secure Jacobite control over Scotland and perhaps force the government to negotiate some form of compromise settlement. The capture of Preston and Manchester provided the rebels with additional supplies and recruits, but the numbers of English volunteers remained disappointingly small, despite Charles Edward's appeals to local Jacobite sympathizers. The prince had expected that his victories in Scotland and his successful invasion of England would inspire thousands of English supporters to join his cause, but the reality was that most potential sympathizers were either too cautious to commit themselves to such a risky enterprise or too comfortable with the existing system to want to see it overthrown. The Jacobite Council of War that was held at Manchester in late November revealed the growing divisions within the rebel leadership about whether to continue the advance toward London or to retreat to Scotland while their forces remained intact. Charles Edward argued passionately for continuing the offensive, maintaining that they were so close to success that abandoning the campaign now would be a betrayal of everything they had fought to achieve. His supporters pointed out that government forces were in disarray, that London was virtually defenseless, and that a bold strike might well succeed in capturing the capital and with it the entire kingdom. The opposing faction, led by several of the most experienced Highland chiefs, argued with equal conviction that the invasion had already achieved as much as could reasonably be expected, and that further advance would expose their forces to destruction by the superior numbers and resources that the government was assembling against them. These men pointed out that their supply lines were dangerously extended, that they were operating in hostile territory without reliable local support, and that retreat to Scotland would allow them to consolidate their gains and prepare for a renewed campaign under more favourable circumstances. The debate over strategy at Manchester reflected deeper philosophical differences about the nature and objectives of the Jacobite rebellion. Charles Edward's vision was essentially unlimited. He wanted complete victory, the restoration of his father to the throne, and the reversal of the political settlement that had been in place since 1688. The Highland chiefs, by contrast, were more concerned with protecting their own interests and those of their clans, and they were willing to settle for more modest gains if they could be achieved without catastrophic losses. The decision to continue the advance toward London was made against the better judgment of many of the rebellion's most experienced military leaders, and it represented the triumph of Charles Edward's romantic vision over the practical wisdom of men who understood the limitations of their resources and the magnitude of the risks they were facing. The prince's ability to override these objections demonstrated his personal magnetism and his skill as a leader, but it also revealed the dangerous consequences of charismatic leadership that was not tempered by realistic assessment of circumstances. The final stage of the march to Derby was conducted under increasingly difficult conditions as winter weather, inadequate supplies, and the psychological strain of operating so far from their Scottish base began to take their toll on the rebel army. Yet Charles Edward's forces maintained remarkable discipline and cohesion despite these challenges, and their arrival at Derby on December 4th, 1745, represented the closest that any rebel army had come to overthrowing the British government since the English Civil War of the 17th century. The moment when Charles Edward Stuart stood in Derby, only 127 miles from London, with an undefeated army at his back, represented the absolute high point of Jacobite hopes and the moment when the restoration of the Stuart dynasty seemed most achievable. For a few brief hours, it appeared that the young prince might actually accomplish the impossible dream that had sustained his movement through decades of exile and disappointment. London was in a state of panic. Government forces were scattered and demoralized, and the political will to resist the rebellion seemed to be crumbling in the face of Charles Edward's apparently unstoppable advance. Yet even at this moment of apparent triumph, the fundamental weaknesses that would ultimately destroy the Jacobite cause were becoming impossible to ignore. The promised French support had never materialized. English recruitment had remained disappointing, and the rebel army was operating under logistical and strategic constraints that made long-term success extremely unlikely. The decision that would be made at Derby to begin the retreat to Scotland would mark the beginning of the end for Charles Edward's rebellion and the final chapter in the long history of Stuart attempts to reclaim their lost inheritance. The battlefield of Culloden Moor stretched before the Jacobite army like a vast windswept stage, where the final act of a centuries-old drama would be played out with brutal efficiency and devastating consequences. On the morning of April 16, 1746, approximately 5,000 Highland warriors and their allies faced a government army of nearly 9,000 professional soldiers commanded by William Augustus, Duke of Cumberland, George II's younger son, who had earned his reputation as a ruthless and effective military commander through years of continental warfare. The strategic situation that had brought the opposing armies to this desolate stretch of moorland near Inverness represented the culmination of months of manoeuvre and counter-manoeuvre that had followed the Jacobite retreat from Derby. Charles Edward Stuart's decision to abandon his advance on London had been militarily sound, but psychologically devastating, destroying the momentum that had carried his rebellion to the brink of success and allowing the government time to assemble the overwhelming force that now confronted him on the field where his cause would live or die. Cumberland's army was everything that the Jacobite force was not: well supplied, professionally trained, and equipped with the most modern weapons and tactics that 18th century military science could provide. The government troops had spent the winter months drilling specifically to counter Highland fighting methods, developing new formations and techniques designed to neutralize the devastating charge that had brought Charles Edward victory at Prestonpans and other battles. More importantly, Cumberland's soldiers were fighting to preserve an established order that provided them with regular pay, adequate supplies, and the prospect of advancement through merit rather than birth. The condition of the Jacobite army on the morning of Culloden revealed the desperate circumstances that had brought Charles Edward's rebellion to this final confrontation. His men had spent the previous night attempting a surprise attack on Cumberland's camp that had failed due to poor coordination and inadequate intelligence, leaving them exhausted and demoralized when they should have been at their peak effectiveness. Many of the Highland warriors had not eaten for days, as the rebellion's supply system had virtually collapsed under the strain of maintaining an army in hostile territory without adequate resources. Perhaps most significantly, the unity of purpose that had sustained the Jacobite cause through its early victories had given way to bitter divisions among the leadership about strategy, tactics, and ultimate objectives. Charles Edward's insistence on fighting a conventional battle against superior numbers on ground that favored the enemy reflected his growing desperation and his inability to accept the realistic limitations of his position. Many of his most experienced advisers had argued for continuing the guerrilla warfare that had served them well in the Highlands, but the prince was determined to stake everything on a single decisive engagement. The battle itself unfolded with the kind of tragic inevitability that characterized the entire Jacobite rebellion. Moments of extraordinary courage and determination undermined by strategic errors and overwhelming enemy advantages. The Highland charge that had broken government lines in previous battles was launched across open ground, swept by artillery fire and defended by troops who had been specifically trained to counter this tactic. The brave men who advanced across Culloden Moor were walking into a carefully prepared killing ground where their traditional fighting methods would prove tragically ineffective. Cumberland's artillery opened the battle with a devastating bombardment that cut swaths through the Jacobite ranks while they stood in formation waiting for the order to charge. The Highland warriors, accustomed to quick, decisive actions that minimized their exposure to enemy fire, found themselves trapped in a nightmare of exploding cannons and falling comrades that tested their discipline and courage to the breaking point. Yet, they maintained their positions with remarkable steadiness, demonstrating the kind of loyalty to their prince and their cause that had sustained the rebellion through months of hardship and disappointment. When the Highland charge finally came, it was launched by men who knew they were probably going to die, but who preferred death in battle to the shame of abandoning their prince in his moment of greatest need. The sight of thousands of Highland warriors racing across the moor with their broadswords raised and their battle cries echoing across the battlefield was magnificent and terrible, representing both the sublime courage of desperate men and the futility of traditional weapons against modern military technology. The government troops, standing firm in their carefully prepared positions, met the Highland charge with disciplined volleys of musket fire followed by bayonet charges that broke the rebel attack before it could reach the main enemy line. The new tactics that Cumberland's army had developed proved devastatingly effective, turning the Highland charge from an irresistible force into a tragic demonstration of how military technology was changing the nature of warfare and making traditional fighting methods obsolete. Charles Edward Stuart's behavior during the battle revealed both his personal courage and his fundamental unsuitability for military command in such desperate circumstances. The prince remained on the battlefield throughout the fighting, exposing himself to enemy fire and attempting to rally his broken forces even as it became clear that the battle was lost beyond any possibility of recovery. His obvious bravery earned him the continued loyalty of his surviving followers, but his inability to recognize when the situation had become hopeless cost precious lives that might have been saved by an earlier retreat. The collapse of the Jacobite line occurred with shocking rapidity once the Highland charge had been broken and Cumberland's troops began their counterattack. The rebel army, which had seemed formidable at the beginning of the battle, disintegrated into scattered groups of fugitives fleeing across the moor, while government cavalry pursued them with deadly efficiency. The careful formations that had taken months to organize and train disappeared in minutes, leaving behind a field covered with the bodies of men who had died for a cause that now seemed as distant as a half-remembered dream. The aftermath of Culloden was marked by scenes of brutality that shocked even contemporaries who were accustomed to the harsh realities of 18th century warfare. Cumberland's orders to his troops included instructions to show no quarter to wounded rebels, and the systematic killing of Jacobite survivors on the battlefield earned the Duke the nickname Butcher that would follow him for the rest of his life. The government's determination to end the Jacobite threat once and for all led to atrocities that violated the accepted conventions of civilized warfare and created lasting bitterness among the Highland population. Charles Edward's escape from the battlefield began the most romanticized chapter of his entire career, as the defeated prince fled across the Highlands, pursued by government forces that had placed an enormous bounty on his head. The story of his months in hiding, aided by loyal Highlanders who risked their lives to protect him despite the tremendous rewards offered for his capture, became the foundation for myths about Highland loyalty and romantic heroism that would influence Scottish identity for centuries to come. Yet the romantic appeal of Charles Edward's escape could not disguise the reality that Culloden had destroyed not just the Jacobite rebellion, but the entire traditional way of life that had made such rebellions possible. Cumberland's army followed up their military victory with a systematic campaign to destroy Highland culture, confiscating weapons, banning traditional dress, and dismantling the clan system that had provided the social foundation for Jacobite resistance. The Scotland that emerged from this cultural devastation would be fundamentally different from the one that had sheltered Charles Edward's romantic dreams of restoration. The ship that carried Charles Edward Stuart away from the Scottish coast in September 1746 bore with it not just a defeated prince, but the final remnants of a political movement that had sustained itself for more than half a century on little more than romantic hope and stubborn pride. As the French vessel disappeared over the horizon, it marked the end of the last serious attempt to restore the Stuart dynasty and the beginning of a long process of mythologization that would transform military disaster into cultural legend. Charles Edward's departure from Scotland was accomplished with the same combination of luck, courage, and loyal assistance that had characterized his entire 5-month exile in the Highlands following his defeat at Culloden. The network of supporters who had sheltered him during his desperate flight from government forces demonstrated a level of personal loyalty that was remarkable even by the standards of clan society, risking execution and the destruction of their families to protect a prince whose cause had become hopeless. The most famous of these loyal supporters was Flora MacDonald, a young woman whose decision to help Charles Edward escape from the Outer Hebrides created one of the most enduring romantic legends in Scottish history. Her role in disguising the prince as her Irish maid and transporting him to safety required extraordinary courage and quick thinking, as government forces were conducting an intensive search that included interrogating anyone who might have had contact with the fugitive prince. Yet Flora MacDonald's assistance to Charles Edward was not motivated by abstract political principles or deep conviction about royal legitimacy, but by the more immediate human response to a person in desperate need who had asked for her help. Her willingness to risk everything for someone she barely knew reflected the Highland code of hospitality and protection that had sustained Charles Edward throughout his exile, a cultural tradition that valued personal honour, above political calculation or material self-interest. The systematic destruction of Highland society that followed Culloden was designed to ensure that no future rebellion could draw on the same sources of support that had made Charles Edward's rising possible. The government's campaign to disarm the clans, ban traditional dress, and suppress Gaelic culture was implemented with a thoroughness that reflected both fear of future uprisings and determination to integrate the Highlands into the broader British political and economic system. The Disarming Act and the subsequent legislation that outlawed Highland dress were particularly significant because they attacked the symbols and practices that had given the clans their distinctive identity and sense of separateness from the rest of British society. The confiscation of weapons removed the practical means by which clan loyalty had been traditionally expressed, while the prohibition on tartans and kilts eliminated the visual markers that had distinguished different clan affiliations and Highland identity in general. Perhaps most importantly, the destruction of the hereditary jurisdictions that had allowed clan chiefs to exercise judicial authority over their followers eliminated the legal foundations of the traditional Highland social system. The chiefs, stripped of their ancient powers and faced with the choice between submission to government authority or exile, gradually transformed themselves from feudal leaders into commercial landlords whose primary concern was maximizing the economic productivity of their estates rather than maintaining the loyalty of their traditional followers. Cumberland's systematic campaign of repression in the Highlands was conducted with a brutality that shocked even supporters of the government and created lasting resentment among the Highland population. The burning of houses, confiscation of livestock, and execution of suspected rebels were carried out on a scale that seemed designed more to terrorize the population into submission than to achieve any specific military objective. These harsh measures succeeded in preventing future rebellions, but they also created a legacy of bitterness that would influence Scottish attitudes toward English rule for generations to come. The transformation of Charles Edward from an active political threat into a romantic symbol began almost immediately after his departure from Scotland, as the very hopelessness of his cause made it safe for people to express sympathy for his plight and admiration for his courage. The songs and stories that began to circulate about Bonnie Prince Charlie emphasized his personal charm and bravery while downplaying the political implications of his rebellion, creating a sanitized version of Jacobitism that could be embraced even by people who had no desire to see the Stuart dynasty restored. This romanticization of the Jacobite cause was facilitated by the complete absence of any realistic prospect for future Stuart restoration attempts. With Charles Edward in permanent exile, his father aging and ineffective, and the Highland military system destroyed, there was no longer any practical danger that Jacobite sentiment could translate into actual rebellion. People could safely indulge in nostalgic feelings about the Romantic Prince and his loyal followers, without any risk that such sentiments might lead to political consequences. The failure of Charles Edward's rebellion also marked the final triumph of the political and cultural changes that had been reshaping Britain since the Glorious Revolution of 1688. The defeat of the last serious challenge to parliamentary government and Protestant succession cleared the way for the further development of constitutional monarchy, commercial expansion, and the cultural flowering that would characterize the later Georgian period. In a sense, Culloden represented not just the end of Jacobitism, but the beginning of modern Britain. George II's response to the final defeat of the Jacobite threat revealed both his relief at the elimination of a challenge that had plagued his entire reign, and his recognition that the victory had been achieved at considerable cost in terms of Highland suffering and Scottish resentment. The king showed none of the vindictive triumph that might have been expected from someone whose throne had been directly threatened, perhaps because he understood that the brutality of Cumberland's campaign had created moral problems that would complicate the government's relationship with Scotland for years to come. The integration of Highland manpower into the British military system, which began almost immediately after Culloden, demonstrated the government's recognition that the martial qualities that had made the clans dangerous rebels could be transformed into assets for imperial expansion. The Highland regiments that were raised in the years following the rebellion would play crucial roles in the conquest of Canada, the expansion of British power in India, and the various imperial wars that established Britain as a global power. This military recruitment also provided a form of economic relief for Highland communities that had been devastated by the repression following Culloden and the social changes that were destroying traditional ways of life. Young men who might once have followed their chiefs into rebellion against the British government now found opportunities for advancement and economic security by serving that same government in its imperial ventures around the world. Charles Edward's later life in exile was marked by the kind of decline and disillusionment that often characterizes romantic figures who outlive their moment of historical significance. The prince who had once inspired such loyalty and admiration gradually became a bitter and alcoholic reminder of lost causes and faded dreams, his personal deterioration paralleling the transformation of his political cause from active threat to historical curiosity. The final irony of the Jacobite story was that the very success of the government's repression in Scotland helped create the conditions for the cultural revival that would eventually transform Highland identity from a source of political opposition into a symbol of romantic nationalism that could be safely embraced by the same British establishment that had once seen it as a mortal threat. The Highland culture that had been systematically suppressed after Culloden would eventually be rehabilitated and celebrated as an integral part of British heritage, but only after it had been stripped of any genuine political content or threat to established authority. The year 1742 marked a watershed in British politics that would reshape not only George II's reign, but the entire trajectory of British imperial expansion for the remainder of the 18th century. Robert Walpole's resignation in February, after more than 20 years as the dominant figure in British government, represented the end of an era characterized by peace, commercial growth, and careful avoidance of expensive continental entanglements. The fall of the man who had been Caroline's closest political ally and George II's most trusted advisor left the king emotionally adrift and politically vulnerable at a crucial moment in European history. Walpole's departure was both inevitable and tragic, the result of political pressures that had been building for years and had finally reached a point where even his extraordinary parliamentary skills could no longer contain them. The War of Jenkins' Ear, which had begun in 1739, despite Walpole's desperate attempts to avoid conflict with Spain, had evolved into a broader European struggle that contradicted everything the great minister had worked to achieve. His failure to prevent British involvement in continental warfare had undermined the foundation of his political authority and provided his enemies with the ammunition they needed to force his resignation. George II's response to Walpole's fall revealed the depth of his dependence on the minister, who had guided British policy throughout the most successful period of his reign. The king wept openly when Walpole formally surrendered the seals of office, recognizing that he was losing not just a capable administrator, but the last direct link to the political system that Caroline had so carefully constructed during the 1720s and 1730s. Without Walpole's steady hand and Caroline's guiding intelligence, George II found himself facing the complex challenges of governing an increasingly powerful nation. with only his own limited political instincts to guide him. The succession crisis that followed Walpole's resignation demonstrated how thoroughly the old political arrangements had depended on personal relationships rather than institutional structures. Spencer Compton, Earl of Wilmington, who was chosen as Walpole's immediate successor, proved to be exactly the kind of weak figurehead that Caroline had warned against more than a decade earlier. Wilmington's brief tenure as nominal head of government was marked by confusion, indecision, and the gradual emergence of rival power centers that threatened to tear the administration apart. The real beneficiary of this political chaos was John Carteret, later Earl Granville, a brilliant but erratic politician whose vision of British foreign policy was dramatically different from the cautious continentalism that had characterized Walpole's approach. Carteret believed that Britain's growing wealth and naval power created opportunities for a more aggressive role in European affairs, that the kingdom could and should use its resources to reshape the balance of continental power in ways that served British commercial and strategic interests. George II's attraction to Carteret's more assertive foreign policy reflected both his personal military instincts and his frustration with the constraints that Walpole's peaceful approach had placed on royal authority. The king had always believed that monarchs should play active roles in international affairs, that diplomatic success required the kind of personal intervention and direct negotiation that he associated with effective kingship. Carteret's willingness to involve George II directly in foreign policy decisions appealed to the king's sense of what royal government should accomplish. Yet Carteret's influence proved to be as destabilizing as it was exciting, creating tensions within the government that ultimately made effective policymaking impossible. The new minister's contempt for parliamentary opinion and his tendency to make important decisions without consulting other members of the cabinet violated the collaborative approach that had made Walpole's administration so successful. More seriously, Carteret's aggressive foreign policy required resources and commitments that Britain was not prepared to sustain over the long term. The emergence of Henry Pelham as a potential alternative to Carteret's leadership represented the gradual reassertion of the Whig political traditions that Walpole had established, and that continued to command support among the commercial and professional classes who formed the backbone of British society. Pelham understood that effective government required parliamentary support, public confidence, and careful attention to the financial implications of policy decisions. His approach to politics was less exciting than Carteret's, but more sustainable over the long term. The struggle between Carteret and Pelham for control of George II's government during the mid-1740s reflected broader questions about Britain's role in the world and the proper relationship between royal authority and parliamentary government. Carteret represented an older tradition of personal monarchy, in which kings made policy decisions based on their own judgment and diplomatic relationships, while Pelham embodied the emerging system of cabinet government that would eventually dominate British politics for centuries to come. George II's initial preference for Carteret over Pelham demonstrated both his limited understanding of how British politics actually worked and his nostalgia for a more direct form of royal authority than the constitutional system actually permitted. The king appreciated Carteret's willingness to consult him on important decisions and to treat him as an active partner in policymaking, but he failed to understand that this approach was politically unsustainable in a system that required broad parliamentary and public support for controversial policies. The crisis that forced Carteret's resignation in 1744 revealed the limitations of personal monarchy in an increasingly democratic age. When Pelham and his allies threatened to resign en masse unless Carteret was removed from office, George II found himself confronted with a choice between supporting his preferred minister and maintaining a functioning government. the king's reluctant acceptance of Carteret's departure marked another step in the gradual evolution of British constitutional practice toward the principle of ministerial responsibility to Parliament rather than to the Crown. Pelham's emergence as the dominant figure in British government after 1744 represented both continuity and change in the political system that Walpole had created. Like his predecessor, Pelham understood that successful government required careful management of parliamentary opinion, attention to commercial interests, and avoidance of policies that would bankrupt the Treasury or alienate public opinion. Yet Pelham also recognized that Britain's growing power and expanding imperial responsibilities required a more active approach to international affairs than Walpole's purely defensive policies had provided. The most significant difference between the Pelham era and the preceding Walpole administration was the gradual emergence of William Pitt the Elder as a major force in British politics, and eventually as the architect of imperial expansion that would transform Britain into a global power. Pitt's rise to prominence represented the triumph of a new generation of politicians who had been shaped by imperial ambitions rather than European concerns, who saw Britain's future in terms of oceanic commerce and colonial conquest rather than continental diplomacy and territorial balance. Pitt's relationship with George II was complex and often difficult, reflecting fundamental differences in their approaches to kingship, foreign policy, and the proper role of Britain in international affairs. The king appreciated Pitt's obvious competence and his dramatic success in organizing the military efforts that brought Britain victory in the 7 Years' War. But he was also uncomfortable with Pitt's independence, his tendency to dominate cabinet discussions, and his willingness to pursue policies that the king found either incomprehensible or dangerous. The emergence of Pitt as the dominant figure in British foreign policy during the 1750s marked the beginning of a new era in which imperial expansion would take precedence over European diplomacy as the primary focus of British international strategy. This shift reflected not just Pitt's personal vision, but broader changes in British society, economy, and political culture that were making oceanic empire more important than continental influence as a source of national power and prosperity. George VI's gradual acceptance of Pitt's leadership represented one of the most significant political developments of his later reign, demonstrating both the king's ability to adapt to changing circumstances and his recognition that effective government required cooperation with ministers who commanded parliamentary and public support. The partnership between the aging king and the ambitious minister would prove to be one of the most successful relationships in the history of British government, producing military victories and territorial acquisitions that established the foundation for Britain's later imperial dominance. The conflict that erupted in 1756 and would eventually be known as the 7 Years' War represented the first truly global struggle in human history, with battles raging simultaneously in Europe, North America, the Caribbean, India, and the Philippines. For George II, now in his 70s and increasingly content to leave the details of governance to his ministers, this worldwide conflict would provide the final vindication of his belief that British power should be projected through military strength and imperial expansion, rather than diplomatic negotiation and commercial accommodation. William Pitt's strategic vision for the war was breathtakingly ambitious in its scope and revolutionary in its implications for the future of British imperial policy. Rather than following traditional European practice of concentrating resources on continental warfare, Pitt proposed to use Britain's naval superiority and commercial wealth to attack French and Spanish interests wherever they were most vulnerable, regardless of geographic location or conventional strategic thinking. This approach required a fundamental reorientation of British military and naval resources away from European battlefields toward oceanic theatres of operation. The king's initial response to Pitt's global strategy was a mixture of excitement and apprehension that reflected both his lifelong fascination with military affairs and his uncertainty about ventures that seemed to go far beyond anything that previous British governments had attempted. George II understood conventional European warfare, having participated in it personally at Dettingen, but the kind of coordinated operations across multiple continents that Pitt was proposing required strategic thinking on a scale that challenged traditional concepts of what was possible for any single nation to accomplish. Yet as reports began to arrive of British successes in various theatres of the global conflict, George II's enthusiasm for Pitt's approach grew correspondingly. The capture of French fortresses in North America, the victories of Robert Clive in India, and the successful naval operations that were strangling French commerce demonstrated that Britain possessed the resources and capabilities necessary to wage war on an unprecedented scale. For the first time in his reign, George II was witnessing military achievements that seemed commensurate with his nation's growing power and international importance. The North American theatre of the 7 Years' War provided some of the most dramatic and strategically significant victories in British military history, transforming what had been a collection of relatively modest colonial settlements into the foundation of a continental empire. The capture of Louisbourg in 1758, followed by the conquest of Quebec in 1759, effectively ended French power in North America and opened the entire continent to British colonization and economic development. George II's reaction to news of General James Wolfe's victory and death at the Battle of the Plains of Abraham revealed both his appreciation for military heroism and his practical understanding of what such victories meant for British power and prestige. When told that Wolfe was mad, the king reportedly replied, "Mad is he? Then I hope he will bite some of my other generals." This comment demonstrated George II's recognition that conventional military thinking was inadequate for the kind of global conflict that Britain was now waging successfully. The conquest of Canada represented more than just a territorial acquisition. It marked Britain's emergence as the dominant power in North America and the beginning of an imperial system that would eventually span the globe. The elimination of French competition for control of the continent cleared the way for westward expansion that would eventually create a nation stretching from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Though George II could hardly have imagined such possibilities from his perspective in the 1760s, the Indian theatre of the 7 Years' War was perhaps even more significant for the long-term development of British imperial power, though its importance was less immediately apparent to contemporary observers. Robert Clive's victory at the Battle of Plassey in 1757 established British control over Bengal and began the process of territorial conquest that would eventually bring the entire subcontinent under direct or indirect British rule. The wealth that flowed from India would provide the economic foundation for Britain's later industrial development and global dominance. George II's understanding of Indian affairs was limited, reflecting both his European focus and the relatively recent development of serious British involvement in South Asian politics. Yet he was capable of recognizing that Clive's victories represented unprecedented opportunities for commercial expansion and territorial acquisition that could transform Britain into a genuinely global power. The king's support for continued military operations in India demonstrated his ability to adapt his strategic thinking to new circumstances and opportunities. The European theatre of the 7 Years' War presented more complex challenges for British policy and for George II's impersonal involvement in military planning. The king's Hanoverian territories were directly threatened by French and Austrian forces, creating a conflict between his responsibilities as a German prince and his duties as a British monarch. The subsidy payments that Britain provided to Frederick the Great of Prussia were designed to keep continental enemies occupied while British forces concentrated on oceanic operations. But this strategy required the kind of financial resources that had never been committed to such purposes before. The naval warfare that formed the foundation of British success in the 7 Years' War represented a revolution in military strategy that established patterns of imperial control that would dominate international relations for the next 2 centuries. The Royal Navy's ability to project British power to any corner of the globe, while simultaneously preventing enemy forces from interfering with British operations, demonstrated the decisive advantages that maritime supremacy could provide to a nation with global ambitions. George II's appreciation for naval power had developed gradually during his reign, as he came to understand that Britain's island position and commercial economy made sea power more important than land forces for protecting vital national interests. The king's support for naval expansion and improvement had been consistent throughout his reign, but the 7 Years' War demonstrated the full potential of the maritime strategy that Britain had been developing for decades. The coordination of military and naval operations across multiple theatres required administrative capabilities that pushed the British government system to its limits and beyond. Pitt's management of this global conflict established new standards for strategic planning, resource allocation, and inter-service cooperation that would influence military organisation for generations. The success of these innovations demonstrated that Britain had developed the governmental and financial institutions necessary to sustain global warfare and imperial administration. The financial cost of the 7 Years' War was enormous by the standards of previous British military commitments, requiring new approaches to public borrowing, taxation, and economic mobilization that tested the limits of what 18th century fiscal systems could accomplish. Yet the willingness of British society to support such expenditures demonstrated a level of national confidence and imperial ambition that marked a fundamental transformation in popular attitudes toward international responsibilities and global involvement. George II's role during the later phases of the 7 Years' War was largely ceremonial, as age and declining health reduced his ability to participate actively in the detailed planning and execution of military operations. Yet his continued presence as a symbol of national determination and his obvious satisfaction with British victories provided important political support for Pitt's global strategy during periods when the cost and complexity of the war created domestic opposition. The reign of George II coincided with what historians would later recognize as one of the most remarkable periods of cultural achievement in British history, an era when literature, music, architecture, philosophy, and the visual arts reached new heights of sophistication and international influence. The king, who professed to hate all poets and painters, presided over, and in many ways inadvertently fostered, a flowering of creative activity that would establish Britain as a major cultural force in European civilization for the first time since the Elizabethan age. The Georgian cultural renaissance was not the result of direct royal patronage in the traditional European model, where monarchs consciously gathered artists and intellectuals around their courts and provided them with financial support and social position. Instead, it emerged from the unique combination of political stability, commercial prosperity, and social mobility that characterized British society during the middle decades of the 18th century, creating conditions that allowed creative talent to flourish without depending entirely on aristocratic or royal favor. George II's personal relationship with the arts was complex and somewhat contradictory, reflecting both his German origins and his gradual adaptation to British cultural traditions. His famous dismissal of poets and painters should not be taken entirely at face value, as the king demonstrated genuine appreciation for certain forms of artistic expression throughout his reign. His friendship with George Friedrich Handel, which lasted for more than 3 decades, provided one of the most important examples of royal cultural patronage in British history. The friendship between George II and Handel transcended the normal boundaries between monarch and artist, developing into a personal relationship that was based on mutual respect and genuine affection, rather than merely ceremonial obligation. Handel had arrived in London during the reign of George III, and his music had provided the soundtrack for many of the most important moments in the early Hanoverian period, from coronation anthems to victory celebrations, like the Dettingen Te Deum that commemorated the king's military triumph. Handel's music perfectly captured the spirit of Georgian England, combining Germanic musical traditions with Italian operatic techniques and English choral traditions to create a distinctive sound that appealed to both sophisticated aristocratic audiences and the growing middle-class public that was becoming increasingly important as a cultural force. The composer's ability to work successfully in multiple musical forms, opera, oratorio, instrumental music, and ceremonial pieces, demonstrated the kind of versatility and adaptability that characterized the best artistic achievements of the period. The king's support for Handel went beyond mere appreciation to include practical assistance that was crucial for the composer's career and financial security. George II's attendance at Handel performances, his willingness to allow royal venues to be used for concerts, and his financial contributions to various musical projects provided the kind of stability that allowed Handel to experiment with new forms and to develop his craft without being entirely dependent on the whims of commercial audiences. The literary achievements of the Georgian period established English as a major European language for serious intellectual and artistic expression, ending centuries of cultural dependence on French and Latin models. The emergence of writers like Alexander Pope, Jonathan Swift, Samuel Johnson, and Henry Fielding created a body of literature that was distinctively English in its concerns and methods, while remaining sophisticated enough to influence cultural development throughout Europe. Alexander Pope's satirical poetry, particularly works like The Dunciad and The Essay on Man, established new standards for wit, elegance, and intellectual sophistication in English verse, while also providing commentary on the social and political developments that were reshaping British society. Pope's ability to combine classical learning with contemporary observation created a model for literary achievement that influenced generations of subsequent writers. Jonathan Swift's contributions to Georgian literature, including both Gulliver's Travels and his numerous political satires, demonstrated the potential for English prose to address serious philosophical and social questions, while maintaining the kind of popular appeal that could reach audiences far beyond the traditional educated elite. Swift's work showed that British writers could match their continental counterparts in intellectual sophistication while developing distinctively English approaches to humour and social criticism. The emergence of the novel as a major literary form during George II's reign represented one of the most significant cultural developments of the period, creating new possibilities for artistic expression while also reflecting the interests and concerns of the expanding middle-class readership. Samuel Richardson's Pamela and Clarissa, along with Henry Fielding's Tom Jones, established the English novel as a legitimate art form capable of addressing complex psychological and social questions with unprecedented depth and sophistication. The architectural achievements of the Georgian period established a distinctive British style that combined classical principles with practical considerations and local traditions, creating buildings and urban spaces that were both aesthetically pleasing and functionally effective. The work of architects like Christopher Wren, Nicholas Hawksmoor, and later James Gibbs and William Kent demonstrated that British designers could equal their European counterparts while developing approaches to architecture that reflected specifically English needs and preferences. The expansion of London during George II's reign created unprecedented opportunities for architectural experimentation and urban planning, as the growing prosperity of the commercial and professional classes generated demand for new types of residential and commercial buildings. The development of areas like Bloomsbury, Marylebone, and Mayfair established patterns of urban design that would influence city planning throughout the English-speaking world for centuries to come. The intellectual achievements of Georgian England, particularly in philosophy, natural science, and political theory, established Britain as one of the leading centres of European thought and innovation. The work of philosophers like David Hume and Adam Smith, scientists like Isaac Newton and Joseph Banks, and political theorists like Edmund Burke created a body of intellectual achievement that rivaled anything being produced in France, Germany, or Italy. The development of British institutions like the Royal Society, the British Museum, and various literary and philosophical societies provided infrastructure for intellectual activity that was more open and democratic than comparable institutions in other European countries. These organizations created opportunities for talented individuals to participate in scholarly and scientific activities regardless of their social origins, contributing to the distinctive character of British intellectual life. The growing importance of public opinion and popular culture during George II's reign created new audiences for artistic and intellectual production, breaking down the traditional barriers between elite and popular culture while maintaining high standards of achievement. The development of subscription publishing, commercial theatres, and public concerts made cultural activities accessible to broader segments of society, while providing artists and writers with alternative sources of support that reduced their dependence on aristocratic patronage. George II's legacy in the cultural realm was largely unintentional, but nonetheless significant, as the political and economic stability that his reign provided created conditions that allowed British creative talent to flourish on an unprecedented scale. The king who claimed to hate poets and painters presided over the emergence of Britain as a major cultural force in European civilization, demonstrating that effective governance could foster artistic achievement even without conscious royal patronage or personal enthusiasm for cultural activities. The British Empire that George II bequeathed to his grandson in 1760 bore little resemblance to the modest collection of Atlantic colonies and commercial outposts that he had inherited from his father in 1727. Over the course of 33 years, British territorial possessions had expanded across multiple continents. British commercial networks had penetrated markets that had previously been closed to European influence, and British naval power had established a global reach that no nation in history had ever achieved. The transformation of British America from a chain of relatively isolated coastal settlements into the foundation of a continental empire represented one of the most significant achievements of George II's reign. Though much of the expansion occurred through the initiative of colonial settlers rather than as a result of deliberate royal policy, the king's government provided essential military support and diplomatic protection for American expansion. But the driving force behind territorial growth came from the commercial ambitions and demographic pressure of the colonists themselves. The population of British North America had grown from approximately 400,000 in 1727 to more than 1.5 million by 1760, creating demographic momentum that would eventually drive territorial expansion across the entire continent. This population growth reflected both natural increase and continued immigration from Britain and other European countries, drawn by economic opportunities and religious freedom that were unavailable in their homelands. The prosperity and expansion of the American colonies provided both a market for British manufactured goods and a source of raw materials that strengthened the imperial economy. The elimination of French power in North America following the 7 Years' War opened possibilities for westward expansion that few contemporaries fully understood, but that would eventually create a nation stretching from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean. George II's government had fought the war primarily to protect existing British interests rather than to create opportunities for unlimited expansion. But the consequences of victory would prove to be far more extensive than anyone had imagined at the time. The expansion of British influence in India during George II's reign represented an even more dramatic transformation of imperial scope and character, as commercial activities gradually evolved into territorial conquest and administrative control over populations that numbered in the tens of millions. The East India Company's transition from trading organization to governing authority created precedents and established patterns that would eventually bring the entire Indian subcontinent under British rule. Robert Clive's victories in Bengal, beginning with Plassey in 1757, established British control over one of the wealthiest regions of the Indian subcontinent and created opportunities for further expansion that would dominate British foreign policy for the next century. The wealth that flowed from India, initially in the form of commercial profits and tribute payments, would eventually provide the capital necessary for Britain's industrial development and global expansion. The king's understanding of Indian affairs remained limited throughout his reign, reflecting both the newness of serious British involvement in South Asian politics and the complexity of local conditions that were difficult for European observers to comprehend. Yet George II was capable of recognizing that British successes in India represented unprecedented opportunities for wealth and power that could transform Britain's position in the global balance of power. The Caribbean territories that Britain acquired or consolidated during George II's reign provided essential sources of tropical products, particularly sugar, that generated enormous profits for British merchants and planters, while also creating markets for British manufactured goods and American agricultural products. The slave-based plantation system that dominated Caribbean agriculture was morally problematic even by 18th century standards, but it was also economically crucial for the imperial system that was emerging during this period. The expansion of British naval power during George II's reign created the infrastructure necessary for global empire, establishing bases, supply stations, and communication networks that allowed British forces to project power to any corner of the world, while maintaining effective coordination between distant territories. The Royal Navy's ability to control sea routes and prevent enemy interference with British commerce was essential for maintaining the imperial system that was emerging during this period. The administrative challenges created by imperial expansion pushed British governmental institutions to develop new approaches to colonial management, financial administration, and intercolonial coordination that would influence imperial policy for generations. The Board of Trade, the Colonial Office, and various other governmental agencies evolved during George II's reign to meet the demands of governing territories and populations that were vastly larger and more diverse than anything previous British governments had attempted to administer. The economic implications of imperial expansion during George II's reign were profound and long-lasting, creating new sources of wealth while also establishing patterns of international trade that would dominate the global economy for the next 2 centuries. The imperial system that emerged during this period was based on the exchange of British manufactured goods for colonial raw materials, a relationship that provided markets for British industry, while supplying the resources necessary for continued economic growth. The social and cultural consequences of imperial expansion were equally significant, as British society was forced to adapt to the realities of governing diverse populations with different religions, languages, customs, and political traditions. The challenges of imperial administration required new approaches to law, governance, and cultural relations that would test the flexibility and adaptability of British institutions for generations to come. The military requirements of defending and expanding the empire created demands for manpower, resources, and strategic thinking that transformed British approaches to warfare and international relations. The global conflicts of George II's later reign established patterns of imperial defense and expansion that would influence British foreign policy until the dissolution of the empire in the 20th century. The legacy of imperial expansion during George II's reign was complex and contradictory, creating both opportunities and problems that his successors would struggle to manage for generations. The wealth and power that imperial expansion provided would make Britain the dominant global force for the next 2 centuries. But the moral compromises and practical challenges involved in governing diverse populations across vast distances would also create tensions and conflicts that would eventually contribute to the empire's dissolution. The Kensington Palace that sheltered George II during his final years bore little resemblance to the vibrant royal residence that had witnessed Caroline's brilliant salons and the complex family dramas of his earlier reign. The rooms that had once resonated with political discussion, intellectual conversation, and the sounds of children playing now echoed with the hollow footsteps of an aging monarch who had outlived most of his contemporaries and many of his purposes. At 76, George II was physically frail, increasingly deaf, and emotionally isolated in ways that would have seemed impossible during the years when Caroline's presence had made him the center of a dynamic political and social network. The daily routines that structured George II's final years revealed both his determination to maintain royal dignity and his growing disconnection from the political realities that had once engaged his attention so completely. He rose each morning at 6 o'clock, a habit that had persisted since his military youth, and followed a schedule of activities that preserved the forms of kingship while acknowledging the limitations that age and declining health had imposed upon his actual authority. His morning chocolate, taken in the same ceremonial manner that had characterized court life for decades, had become less a royal preference than a comforting ritual that provided structure to days that often seemed to lack other forms of meaning or purpose. The king's relationships with his surviving children during this period were formal and distant, marked more by duty than by genuine affection or mutual understanding. His daughters, now middle-aged women with their own lives and concerns, visited their father regularly, but seemed to find little pleasure in his company or satisfaction in their conversations with him. The absence of Caroline's mediating presence had removed the emotional warmth that had made family gatherings bearable, leaving behind only the hollow ceremonies of filial obligation. Princess Amelia, who had remained unmarried and lived at court throughout her adult life, served as her father's primary companion during his final years, but their relationship was characterized more by mutual dependence than by genuine intimacy. Amelia's devotion to her father was real and touching, yet it was also tinged with the kind of resignation that comes from understanding that duty has replaced choice as the governing principle of one's existence. She managed the details of his daily life with competent efficiency, while recognizing that nothing she could do would restore the vitality and purpose that had once made him such a formidable figure. The political isolation that surrounded George II during his final years reflected both his own declining interest in governmental affairs and the emergence of new leaders who had little personal connection to the king or understanding of his historical importance. William Pitt's dominance of foreign policy had effectively relegated George II to a ceremonial role in the very area of government that had once been his primary concern and source of personal satisfaction. The king still received reports about military campaigns and diplomatic negotiations, but his opinions were solicited more out of courtesy than from any expectation that his insights would influence important decisions. The 7 Years' War, which dominated the final phase of George II's reign, provided him with some satisfaction as he witnessed British victories that vindicated his lifelong belief in the importance of military power and imperial expansion. Yet even these triumphs seemed distant and impersonal compared to his own experience at Dettingen, when he had personally led British forces to victory and earned the kind of military glory that had always meant so much to him. The reports from Canada, India, and other theatres of global conflict were gratifying to read, but they could not provide the personal validation that direct participation in military affairs had once offered. The transformation of British society during George III's reign had created a world that was increasingly unfamiliar to a monarch whose formative experiences had been shaped by the simpler political and social arrangements of the early 18th century. The commercial expansion, demographic growth, and cultural sophistication that characterized Georgian England were in many ways the results of policies that his government had pursued, yet they had also created complexities and challenges that seemed to require new approaches to governance that were beyond his understanding or interest. The king's religious observances during his final years reflected both his sense of duty and his growing awareness of mortality in ways that suggested a man who was trying to make peace with a life that had been marked by both significant achievements and profound personal failures. His attendance at chapel services became more regular and apparently more meaningful, though whether this represented genuine spiritual development or simply the natural tendency of aging people to seek comfort in familiar rituals was unclear to those who observed his behavior. The correspondence that George II maintained during his final years revealed a man who was struggling to understand how the world had changed during his long reign and what his own legacy might be in the broader sweep of British and European history. His letters to surviving friends and relatives were often melancholy in tone, filled with references to people who had died and events that seemed to belong to a distant past. Yet there were also flashes of the sharp wit and practical intelligence that had served him well during the more active phases of his career. The king's relationship with his grandson and heir, the future George III, provided one of the few sources of genuine satisfaction during these otherwise lonely years. The young prince was respectful, attentive, and apparently eager to learn from his grandfather's experience, offering the kind of filial consideration that Frederick had never provided. Yet even this relationship was complicated by George III's awareness that his death would bring to the throne a young man whose ideas about kingship and government were significantly different from his own. The gradual deterioration of George II's health during his final years was marked by the kind of stoic acceptance that had characterized his response to most of life's challenges and disappointments. He complained little about his increasing physical limitations, adapted his daily routines to accommodate his declining capabilities, and maintained the public appearance of royal authority, even when private moments revealed the extent to which age had diminished his strength and energy. The palace staff who attended George II during his final years observed that he had become increasingly nostalgic about earlier periods of his life, particularly the years of his marriage to Caroline, when their partnership had made him such an effective monarch. He would sometimes speak at length about political decisions they had made together or social events they had enjoyed, as if talking about these memories could somehow restore the sense of purpose and companionship that had been lost with Caroline's death more than 20 years earlier. The king's awareness that his own death was approaching seemed to intensify during 1759 and early 1760, as a series of minor health crises reminded him of his mortality, while also providing preview of the physical decline that would eventually end his life. His response to these warnings was characteristically practical, as he began to make arrangements for his funeral, settle outstanding financial obligations, and ensure that the transition to his successor would proceed as smoothly as possible. The 25th of October, 1760, dawned grey and unremarkable over London, with the kind of autumn weather that had become familiar to George II during his more than 40 years of residence in England. At Kensington Palace, the daily routines that had structured the king's final years proceeded with their usual clockwork precision. As palace staff prepared for another day that gave no indication of being different from the hundreds of similar days that had preceded it during the lonely final phase of his reign, George II's personal valet, whose duties had evolved over the years from attending a vigorous monarch to caring for an increasingly frail elderly man, arrived at the royal apartments at his customary early hour to begin the elaborate process of preparing the king for another day of ceremonial obligations and administrative duties. The morning routine had been refined over decades of repetition into a series of precisely timed activities that provided structure and dignity to the king's daily life, while acknowledging the physical limitations that age had imposed upon him. The king's awakening at 6 o'clock demonstrated the persistence of military habits that had been ingrained during his youth and reinforced through more than 7 decades of personal discipline. Despite his age and declining health, George II maintained the kind of personal regiment that would have been admirable in a much younger man, rising promptly, dressing with care, and preparing to face the day's responsibilities with the same attention to duty that had characterized his entire adult life. The morning chocolate that George II consumed each day had become more than just a beverage preference. It was a ritual that connected him to the comfortable routines of palace life, while providing a moment of quiet contemplation before the day's activities began. The servants who prepared and served this simple refreshment understood that they were participating in one of the small ceremonies that gave meaning and continuity to the king's existence during a period when larger purposes had become increasingly elusive. The king's conversation with his valet that morning was unremarkable, covering the usual topics of weather, scheduled appointments, and minor household concerns that had filled thousands of similar exchanges during the preceding years. Those who later tried to detect premonitions of tragedy in George II's words or behavior found nothing unusual. No sense that this particular morning would be different from any other in the sequence of days that had structured his final years. The decision to visit his water closet, what modern observers would call a bathroom, was part of the king's normal morning routine, a private moment that required no ceremony or attendance from the servants who managed most other aspects of his daily life. George II's insistence on maintaining personal independence in such matters reflected both his lifelong concern with royal dignity and his desire to preserve some small sphere of privacy in a life that was otherwise conducted under constant observation. The water closet itself was an early example of the indoor plumbing innovations that were beginning to appear in wealthy households during the 18th century, though it remained primitive by later standards and required considerable maintenance to function properly. The room was small and private, furnished with the kind of simple functionality that characterized most utilitarian spaces in Georgian palaces, designed more for effectiveness than for comfort or aesthetic appeal. The sound that alerted palace staff to the crisis was described by those who heard it as a loud crash, the kind of noise that suggested someone had fallen heavily to the floor. The valet, waiting outside the water closet for the king to complete his private business, immediately recognized that something was wrong and entered the room to find George II collapsed on the floor, apparently unconscious and possibly already dead. The scene that confronted the valet was both tragic and mundane. An elderly man, who had suffered what appeared to be a sudden medical crisis while engaged in one of the most basic human activities. The king's position and the circumstances of his collapse suggested that he had been attempting to rise from his seat when he was struck by whatever medical catastrophe had ended his life. The dignity that he had maintained so carefully throughout his reign was compromised in the most basic human way, as death had found him in a moment of physical vulnerability that stripped away all pretense of royal grandeur. The immediate response to the discovery of the king's collapse followed protocols that had been established for such emergencies, though the staff's training had focused more on accidents or injuries than on the kind of sudden medical crisis that appeared to have occurred. The valet's first action was to summon help from other palace servants, who arrived within minutes to assess the situation and determine what assistance might be possible. The attempt to move George II from the water closet to his bed represented both hope that he might still be alive and recognition that royal dignity required his body to be found in more appropriate surroundings. The servants who lifted and carried the king's body were struck by how light and frail he had become, as if the physical decline that had been gradual but noticeable during his final years had accelerated dramatically in his final moments. Dr. Frank Nichols, the royal physician who was summoned to attend the king, arrived at Kensington Palace within an hour of the discovery, but could do nothing except confirm what the servants had already suspected. George II was dead, apparently having suffered a sudden and massive heart attack that would have caused almost instantaneous loss of consciousness and death. The physician's examination revealed no signs of struggle or prolonged suffering, suggesting that the king's death had been as swift and merciful as could be hoped for someone of his advanced age. The formal pronouncement of George III's death at 7:30 a.m. on October 25th, 1760, marked the end of a reign that had lasted 33 years and encompassed some of the most significant developments in British history, from the final defeat of Jacobitism to the emergence of global empire. The news was carried immediately to other members of the royal family and to government ministers, setting in motion the carefully planned procedures for royal succession that would transfer the crown to George III within hours of his grandfather's death. Princess Amelia, who had been summoned as soon as the king's collapse was discovered, arrived at Kensington Palace to find her father already beyond any possibility of recovery or final conversation. Her grief was genuine and profound, tinged with the particular sorrow of someone who had devoted her entire adult life to caring for a man who had become increasingly isolated and dependent during his final years. She had been his most constant companion during the lonely decades following Caroline's death, and his passing left her facing a future that seemed suddenly empty of purpose or direction. The autopsy that Dr. Nichols performed on George II's body provided medical confirmation of what had been suspected from the circumstances of his death. The king had suffered a massive aortic dissection, a catastrophic failure of the body's main artery that would have caused almost instantaneous death, even with modern medical intervention. This was the first medically documented case of aortic dissection in history, providing valuable information for future medical understanding, while also explaining why George II's death had been so sudden and complete. The irony of George II's death was not lost on those who reflected on the circumstances. The king, who had earned glory as the last British monarch to lead troops into battle, had died alone in a bathroom, struck down not by enemy action or the dramatic perils of kingship, but by the mundane medical failures that claim ordinary people every day. There was something both humbling and oddly fitting about this ending for a man whose public grandeur had always coexisted with very human limitations and vulnerabilities. The Britain that George III inherited on October 25th, 1760, bore little resemblance to the kingdom that his grandfather had ruled at the beginning of his reign 33 years earlier. The transformation had been so gradual and so completely integrated into the fabric of British society that many contemporaries failed to recognize how fundamentally their nation had changed. Yet the evidence of revolutionary development was visible in every aspect of national life, from the expansion of cities to the reach of imperial power across multiple continents. The population of Britain had grown from approximately 6 million to more than 8 million during George II's reign, representing not just numerical increase, but qualitative changes in the composition and distribution of the population that would have profound implications for future political and social development. The growth of London, Manchester, Birmingham, and other commercial and manufacturing centres reflected the emergence of new forms of economic activity that were creating wealth and employment on an unprecedented scale. The economic foundations of British society had been transformed by the commercial expansion and early industrial development that characterized the middle decades of the 18th century. The kingdom that George II had inherited was primarily agricultural, with most of the population engaged in farming and related activities that had changed little for centuries. The Britain of 1760 was becoming the world's first industrial society, with new forms of manufacturing, transportation, and financial organization that would serve as models for economic development throughout the world. The political system had evolved during George III's reign in ways that strengthened parliamentary government while reducing the independent authority of the crown, though these changes had occurred so gradually that their full significance would not become apparent for several decades. The king's dependence on ministers who could command parliamentary support had become an established constitutional principle, while the expansion of political participation and the growing influence of public opinion were creating pressure for further democratic reforms. The social structure of Georgian Britain had become more complex and dynamic than the relatively rigid hierarchies that had characterized earlier periods, as commercial success created new forms of wealth and status that challenged traditional aristocratic dominance. The emergence of a substantial middle class with economic resources, political influence, and cultural ambitions represented one of the most significant social developments of the period, creating conditions that would eventually support the expansion of democratic participation and individual rights. The cultural achievements of George II's reign had established Britain as one of the leading centres of European civilization, with contributions to literature, music, philosophy, and the visual arts that rivaled anything being produced in France, Germany, or Italy. The patronage system that supported artistic and intellectual activity had become more diverse and democratic, creating opportunities for talented individuals regardless of their social origins, while maintaining high standards of achievement and innovation. The imperial system that had emerged during George II's reign represented Britain's transition from a European power with overseas interests to a global empire with territories and responsibilities on every continent. The elimination of French competition in North America and the expansion of British influence in India had created opportunities for territorial and commercial expansion that would dominate British foreign policy for the next 2 centuries. The military and naval capabilities that Britain had developed during the global conflicts of George II's later reign established the foundation for the imperial dominance that would characterize the next century of British history. The Royal Navy's control of sea routes and ability to project power to distant corners of the world, combined with the administrative and financial institutions necessary to support global operations, created a form of imperial power that was unprecedented in its scope and effectiveness. The religious and intellectual developments of the Georgian period had created new approaches to questions of faith, reason, and social organization that would influence British thought and policy for generations. The emergence of Methodism, the continuing influence of Enlightenment philosophy, and the gradual development of more tolerant attitudes toward religious diversity represented significant changes in the intellectual climate of British society. The legal and administrative institutions that had evolved during George II's reign provided the governmental infrastructure necessary to manage a complex modern state with global responsibilities. The development of more sophisticated approaches to taxation, public borrowing, commercial regulation, and colonial administration created capabilities that would be essential for Britain's continued expansion and development during the following century. The technological innovations that were beginning to transform British manufacturing and transportation during George II's final years represented the early stages of the Industrial Revolution that would make Britain the wealthiest and most powerful nation in the world. The improvements in textile production, metalworking, and transportation that emerged during this period created economic advantages that would sustain British prosperity and expansion for generations. George III's inheritance was thus both an opportunity and a challenge of unprecedented magnitude. The resources, institutions, and capabilities that his grandfather's reign had created provided the foundation for continued expansion and development, yet they also created responsibilities and problems that would test the adaptability and wisdom of future generations. The global empire that George II had helped to create would require new approaches to governance, new solutions to the problems of managing diverse populations across vast distances, and new ways of balancing imperial ambitions with domestic needs and democratic aspirations. As the news of George II's death spread throughout Britain and across the empire that his reign had created, those who attempted to assess his legacy and understand his place in the broader sweep of British history found themselves confronting a monarch whose contradictions seemed to define him as much as his achievements. He had been a king who craved military glory, yet presided over decades of peace, a man who ignored his son, yet helped establish a dynasty, a monarch who hated intellectuals yet fostered one of the great cultural flowerings in British history, a ruler who seemed personally insignificant yet presided over the transformation of Britain into a global power. The military reputation that meant so much to George II throughout his life appeared, in retrospect, to rest on remarkably slender foundations. His single experience of battlefield command at Dettingen had been tactically successful but strategically irrelevant, a moment of personal validation that had little impact on the broader course of European warfare or British imperial development. Yet his determination to be seen as a warrior king had influenced British foreign policy throughout his reign, contributing to the aggressive imperial expansion that would define Britain's role in the world for the next 2 centuries. The family relationships that had caused George II so much personal anguish and political difficulty revealed patterns of emotional dysfunction that seemed almost designed to perpetuate themselves across generations. His cold treatment of Frederick had repeated the mistakes that George I had made in dealing with him, suggesting that the Hanoverian dynasty was trapped in cycles of family conflict that reflected deeper problems with their understanding of both kingship and parenthood. Yet the very failure of these relationships had contributed to the constitutional development that would eventually make British monarchy more stable and effective than the personal rule that George II had sometimes envied in his continental counterparts. The political legacy of George III's reign was perhaps more significant than his contemporaries recognized, as his gradual acceptance of ministerial government and parliamentary authority had established precedents that would influence British constitutional development for centuries. His reign had witnessed the transformation of royal power from direct personal rule to the kind of symbolic authority that would characterize modern constitutional monarchy, though this evolution had occurred through practical necessity rather than theoretical understanding of its implications. The imperial expansion that occurred during George II's reign created both the greatest achievements and the most troubling moral compromises of his legacy. The global empire that emerged from the 7 Years' War provided Britain with unprecedented wealth, power, and international influence, yet it also established patterns of racial domination and economic exploitation that would create problems for future generations. The king, who claimed to care little about territories beyond Europe, had presided over the creation of the largest empire in human history. The cultural achievements that flourished during George II's reign occurred largely despite rather than because of his personal interests and preferences, yet his government's policies of relative tolerance and commercial expansion had created conditions that allowed British creativity to flourish in unprecedented ways. The political stability, economic prosperity, and intellectual freedom that characterized Georgian England provided the foundation for artistic and literary achievements that established Britain as a major cultural force in European civilization. The economic transformation that occurred during George II's reign laid the groundwork for Britain's emergence as the world's first industrial society, though the full implications of these changes would not become apparent until after his death. The commercial expansion, technological innovation, and capital accumulation that characterized the middle decades of the 18th century created the preconditions for the Industrial Revolution that would transform British society and establish new models for economic development throughout the world. The religious and social changes that occurred during George II's reign reflected broader shifts in European thought and culture that were making traditional forms of authority and social organization increasingly problematic. The growth of religious diversity, the expansion of literacy and education, and the emergence of new forms of social mobility were creating pressures for political and social reform that would influence British development for generations. The international significance of George II's reign extended far beyond the boundaries of the British Empire to influence the global balance of power and the development of modern concepts of national sovereignty and international law. The conflicts of his later reign had established Britain as the dominant global power, while also demonstrating the limitations of any single nation's ability to control international developments through military force alone. Perhaps most significantly, George II's reign had demonstrated both the possibilities and the limitations of personal monarchy in an increasingly complex and democratic age. His successes had generally occurred when he worked effectively with ministers and institutions that provided expertise and legitimacy beyond what any individual ruler could possess, while his failures had typically resulted from attempts to assert personal authority in situations that required collaborative approaches to governance. The assessment of George II's character and achievements remained complicated by the fundamental contradiction between his personal limitations and the remarkable developments that had occurred during his reign. He had been a man of modest intellectual gifts and limited political vision, who had somehow presided over one of the most transformative periods in British history. Whether this represented the triumph of British institutions over individual inadequacy, or simply the kind of historical accident that sometimes produces great results from unpromising materials, was a question that his contemporaries could not answer definitively. The Britain that George II left to his grandson was a nation transformed beyond recognition from the kingdom he had inherited. Yet the transformation had occurred through processes that were largely beyond his direct control or understanding. His legacy was thus both substantial and ambiguous, significant in its consequences, yet difficult to attribute to his personal qualities or decisions. He had been a king whose reign marked the emergence of modern Britain, even if he never fully understood what he had helped to create. And so we reach the end of our long journey through the life of George II, the last British king to lead an army into battle, and a man whose contradictions defined both his character and his era. As you drift toward sleep, perhaps you'll reflect on the paradoxes we've explored together. A king who craved military glory yet presided over an age of unprecedented cultural flowering. A father who could show courage on battlefields yet remained emotionally distant from his own son. A monarch who claimed to hate artists yet fostered one of Britain's greatest creative periods. George II died alone in his water closet at Kensington Palace, a humble end for a king who had dreamed of dying sword in hand on some glorious battlefield. Yet his reign had transformed Britain from a modest European power into the foundation of a global empire, setting in motion changes that would shape the modern world. His personal coldness toward Frederick created patterns of royal family dysfunction that would echo through generations. Yet his political evolution helped establish the constitutional monarchy that would prove more durable than the personal rule he sometimes envied. The Georgian England that flourished during his reign gave us Handel's sublime music, the architectural elegance that still graces London's streets, the literary genius of Swift and Pope, and the beginnings of the industrial transformation that would change human civilization. All of this occurred under a king who professed to hate all poets and painters, a reminder that history's greatest achievements often emerge from the most unlikely circumstances. As you settle into sleep, I hope you found something moving in this story of a flawed man who helped shape a remarkable age, the sleep historians among you. And I hope that includes many of our shy friends who don't usually comment. Please share your thoughts about George II's complex legacy or your favorite moments from Georgian history. Did the story of his relationship with Caroline touch your heart? Were you surprised by his coldness toward Frederick? What aspects of 18th century Britain fascinate you most? If this gentle journey through Georgian England has brought you comfort and helped ease your path to sleep, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our Sleepy Crown family. Your support helps us continue creating these restful historical tales that transform the dramatic events of the past into soothing lullabies for the present. Sweet dreams, dear listener. May you rest peacefully, perhaps dreaming of Handel's music drifting through Georgian drawing rooms, or Highland mists shrouding the romantic tragedy of Bonnie Prince Charlie, or the quiet dignity of a queen whose intelligence shaped an empire. History becomes our companion in sleep, its great figures and dramatic events softened into the gentle whispers that carry us toward rest. Until we meet again in another historical reverie, sleep well, and remember that even the most contradictory lives can leave legacies of unexpected beauty and lasting significance. Good night.